Hello, welcome to the December 13th, 2024 Club Cubase live stream. My name is Greg Undo, and I'm the host of the live stream today. If you've not attended a live stream before, how it works is you can ask questions in the live chat field, or questions can be submitted in advance to clubcubase at steinberg.de. When asking questions, if you could specify which level of Cubase that you're using. So if it's Cubase LE, AI, Elements, Artist, or Pro. Also which version number, so if it's 12, 13, 14, and which operating system. That information is helpful. When asking questions, I may be, with the number of questions that come in, I may be behind may not appear that I'm answering in a real-time manner. Sometimes I could be 20 to 40 minutes behind the actual live chat. So if you don't see an immediate response to your question, if we could avoid asking the same question repeatedly, that would just kind of slow things down. So appreciate that. Also, we should have, several hours after the live stream ends, we should have an index of all of the topics covered with the with timestamps pinned to the top of the comments field. And if you wanted to search for the topics, we've covered over 36,000 topics in the live streams since COVID. So if you wanted to search, you could go to cubaseindex.com, and we want to thank Jan from Stockholm for creating that site. We also have two people that serve as moderators, Jazz Dude and Agent K. They're not Steinberg employees. They just do this to make it a better environment for users, and their efforts are very appreciated. We'll give Jazz Dude a special kudos for his work with the unofficial Cubase Nation Discord as well. And that's a wonderful resource of information for the Steinberg community. So once again, my name is Greg Undo. I work with Yamaha Corporation of America based in the United States, and I'm primarily focused on Steinberg products, and I'm based outside of Washington, D.C. in Alexandria, Virginia. And if you're watching us live, please feel free to introduce yourself and tell us where you're from. All right, so we see first question from early this morning from Dwight Cunningham, checking in from the Bahamas, and he's just saying, Greg, I noticed that when I use my mini controller, I'm not able to access all of the chords. So if you're using kind of a smaller, I assume this is going to be for the chord pads here. So say if we come over, and now I'm triggering the chord pads from a MIDI controller. And if you have additional, so one is to make sure that the notes that you see here in blue, these are the notes that are designated to trigger the particular chords. So make sure that those are kind of aligned. And, so once you click here, we could now trigger these chords by triggering these MIDI notes starting at C1, D1, E1, F1, C sharp 1, E flat 1. So here we're just triggering these chords that are aligned. So if you're not accessing it from a MIDI controller, maybe if you could have you could have up to 64 different chords that could be triggered. You might have to use the transpose function. But as you kind of click with your MIDI keyboard and you have the chord pads open, you can see where the MIDI mapping is going to. So we can see that this range is going to be doing chords, but when I press a key, we can see visually what's happening. So maybe you might have to hit the transpose button with that to make it work, Dwight. And you see, when you can use your 49 key controller, that you can access all the chord pads. So yeah, maybe just a transpose on the controller. All right, wonderful to see Uno Memento checking in. This is from Finland. He's on the road and will be joining later. Zephaniah just says, hey Greg, how can I get a project to play inside the pool window using Cubase 13 Pro on PC? So I think that we could get it. So the project generally doesn't go into the pool. So the pool is going to be generally for media files such as audio. So we can come over here to the pool window. And if we wanted to just play a particular, I could just come over here. I think we could just, if we wanted to audition, we could just hit the play button. And as we're kind of over top of a particular pad, we could just kind of come right over here and see. I want to play this drum loop. So just click and just hold down to play. And then you could audition the audio, but there's generally you don't see the project file in the pool. But if you wanted to play the audio files, which are kind of stored in the pool, then at that point you could just click on the play icon right up here in the pool. Okay, so we see done solid media. I've been unable to hear sound from my external effects since installing Cubase 14 Pro, and insert plugin effects remain active even when bypassed. Cubase 13 works fine. M2, Sequoia, Scarlett 18920, third generation. So a lot of times when this happens, first thing to do is go to your audio connections and make sure that your external effects routing is correct. Often another thing that I often get with this, it could be just your Mac OS. So let's come over here to your Mac OS system preferences. We will go to, I think it's under security and privacy. Let me just find, security and privacy. And we want to go to, you should see like microphone. And even if you're not using a microphone, make sure that you have Cubase 14 activated here, because otherwise Mac OS may be blocking any audio input into the application, not just a microphone, but if you have an RME card, you have an AXR interface, a URC interface. So make sure that when you go into your Mac system settings, go to security and privacy, select a microphone, and make sure that Cubase 14 is checked here. Otherwise, when you go to take an audio input into the program, Mac OS will block it for security purposes. All right, you see Kerwin Young checking in from Orlando today, as opposed to his typical Atlanta. I used to do the Atlanta-Orlando run a lot when I was repping that area. All right, and we have Stefan from Sweden checking in. We see Fly V Vince checking in from Winnipeg. Thanks for joining us. Okay, Foundations Education says, I noticed that import music XML function has disappeared from Cubase 14. Why do features keep disappearing? So obviously with Cubase 14, there's an entirely new scoring engine. So for the initial release versions, the import XML isn't included. It's not a feature. I don't believe it's a feature that's going to be sunsetted. It just didn't make it into its first implementation of making the score editor a reality inside of Cubase. So again, with that, so not every single feature has made it into the initial release, and we've seen probably 30 to 40 new scoring features from 14.05, the initial release version, to 14.01. So it is a priority. It just hasn't made it into the initial release in Cubase. And we have another question. Any plans to return it and property and propellers rewire? All other major DAWs still have these. So most major DAWs have dropped rewire support because propeller heads has dropped rewire support. So that was a decision by Propellerheads not to move forward with that technology. So it's not going to work on like ARM processors. It's not going to work on Apple Silicon. So most DAW companies have dropped it because it is no longer being developed or supported, and it is no longer compatible with contemporary operating systems and processors. And if so that's why you'll see the entire industry not really supporting it, because the company that developed it chose to halt its development. And you could reach out to Propellerheads and see, and I think that they may not need it as much, because now, I think Reason Studios, whatever the latest name of the program is, it works as a VST3 plugin. So, all right, Sven Isaacson says, I find the release notes that Steinberg posts on the website for some apps are very useful for checking what's new in updates. I only wish that Steinberg would post them for Wavelab, Halion, etc. All right, so let's take a quick look, because I think it may not be called release notes, but maybe like a version history. So let's look on the website here, Steinberg. I'll go to support, and let's go to downloads. Let's see if it's in here. So we'll do Halion 7. All right, and now we can see the version history. So we can see what issues were fixed and addressed in like 7.12, which is just released within the last week here. So we can see that as the version history. And let's take a look just to see if Wavelab has something similar. So if you get to the version history for Halion, you can see that. Let's get to Wavelab 12, which is maintenance release. And we'll go to our version history, and here we can see all of the issues that were resolved in this maintenance release. And what was in the previous one, 1204. So you could get an idea right there. So check the version history. If you, again, just go to the support to downloads, and let's see if it's also in the Steinberg download assistant, if it's available there. Okay. Okay, so I'll just come over here to my VST instruments. And you'll see the version history you could download there for Halion. And let's go to Wavelab Pro 12, and here's the version history right here as well. So you get it from the website or directly from the Steinberg download assistant. So let me know if that's helpful for you, Sven. Thanks for the question. All right, Duende Media asks, hi Greg, it's Max checking in from Seattle. Thanks for joining us, Max. I'm just going to Seattle. Cubase Pro 14 and Groove Agent SE5 Beat Kit create mixed channel tracks. Question, how to delete channels. Confusing how it assigns. Thanks. Okay, so let's say if I have a Beat Agent kit here, I think I have one. Okay. Okay, turn that down to kill. All right, and so create mixed channel tracks. Question, how to delete those channels. All right, so let's come over, and I'm gonna, so we will go to our mix console here. So when I hit, so now I want to take like this snare and feed it to output 2. So now that I add this, we can see the snare going to the secondary output. This is my main output. Let's take our hi-hat and send it to output 3. Okay, so if we want it to, let's say now if we come here and we reroute these to the master outputs, that those buses will still be present even if not being used. So I think what we could do to get rid of this is if we go to the VSTI rack, and then we could just, so this is where we see the agent, and we'll see activate outputs. And then all we could do is just come over here. So you see my snare and my hi-hat closed outputs. I'm going to uncheck these. And now those outputs won't be there. So if you've activated outputs and then you don't want to use those outputs, go to the VSTI rack in the right-hand zone, just to the right of the name of the plugin. You'll see a little drop-down menu. You'll see activate outputs. And then you could just come right over here and turn off those outputs. So let me know if that's what you are looking for, Duende, or for Max. All right, so we see Tim Weinheimer on from Mission Viejo. We have Jan from Stockholm, is Cubase Index. We have John Barry checking in from the English Riviera. Thanks for joining us. Great to see you on. Hope you're well. All right, Hamo 1974 is wishing everyone a happy Friday the 13th. Didn't realize it was Friday the 13th until you said that. Okay, Dallas LaRue just says, no matter what I do or change in the new modulator, it doesn't change the sound on a track. What am I missing? Okay, so make it something very simple and obvious. So let's say I have like this particular drum loop playing. So I'm going to come over here. Okay, so we'll have this drum loop playing. And I'm going to go to the modulator. And let's just come here to an LFO. And I'm going to, so let's say we have this LFO. So this is our modulator. And what I want to do is to assign it to a function. So I'm going to click on the Learn button. And I'm going to select this fader. And now we can see that this fader is assigned to this modulator. So if I wanted to speed up the modulator or slow it down, or if I want this to be on and off, so try to do something very simple. Like, so if you were to test it from scratch, I would come right over here, and you could hear volume very easily. So make sure that you select the track. So not necessarily the event, but you want to make sure that the track is selected, because all of the modulators are going to be on the track. So add an LFO, click on the plus symbol, and then adjust the fader. And now when we hit play, you can just kind of see that take effect right there. So give that a try, that very simple thing, and then you know that you have kind of like the basic mechanics, and then you could get more creative after that. So give that a try and let me know how it works out for you, Dallas. All right, wonderful to see Pertti Komenen checking in from Finland. So we have Tiago checking in from Newcastle. So Tiago, I thought you said that you're going to, I'm not sure if I saw the acapella project that you said you're going to send, or if you sent it. So just let me know in the comments if you did send it, and I'll kind of search through my emails again. All right, and we have Roland checking in from Sussex in the UK. All right, so Bratman Studios, this is Happy Friday from beautiful Uptown Whittier in sunny California. He's wondering if Greg will attend the NAMM in Anaheim this January 2025. So yes, I will be at the NAMM show. So it's only going to be a 3-day show this year. So I think it's Thursday, Friday, Saturday. But I will be there at the Yamaha booth. So look forward to seeing you. All right, and we have Eric Sampson checking in from Paris, and his question is there a mid-side compressor in Cubase? So what you could do is just come over and use kind of like a dynamic EQ with sidechain. So if you wanted to come over here, let's go to our inserts, and the one that we could use is frequency. So we have 8 bands that we could work with, and this could be kind of like your full range or just a limited band. And we could go to your dynamics here. So we could just say, okay, once we see our dynamics, we could adjust our ratio, our attack, and then we want this to be, and right now we can say we want this to be stereo. I want independent settings for left to right, or I want to come over here and have mid-side. So I could have different compression for side frequencies and a different compression for the mid-range if you wanted to. And then when we come over here to like our sidechain, that we can see that each band could have its own sidechain input if you wanted to. So use the frequency plugin. You could click at the top where you see stereo, left, right. If you just kind of right click over to mid-side, make sure you activate the dynamic mode of the EQ. And now you could just see the dynamic controls, or if you wanted to see all of the settings for a particular band, you could click just right over here so I can see all 8 bands, or I want to see kind of a bigger view of this one single band. So give that a try, Eric, and thanks for joining us from Paris. All right, Alan is joining us from Scotland, from a cold Scotland. Wishing everyone a happy weekend. All right, Eric Sampson also asked, can you please remind us what's the difference between track and event musical modes? Okay. Let's do a new project here. Okay, we'll just use this for demonstration purposes. All right, so let's say we now, so I'm going to select a particular file, and when I have this file in, let's say I have it starting at measure 2 or measure 3. Okay, so the tracks themselves can have musical or linear mode. Okay, so once a track is in musical mode and I make changes to our tempo, so the start of this position will be maintained and it will start at measure 3 regardless of what my tempo is of the event. Now when this is in linear mode, the event is actually kind of tied more to the time placement. So we come over here, I'm going to set this to seconds right below, and we'll see that, okay, we're at basically a little after 5 seconds, that now when I place this track into linear mode where it looks like a clock, that as I adjust my tempo, that we can see that it's moving from the bar position. So as I adjust the tempo, it's not tied to the bar position, but if we look at the relationship that this event is starting at 5 seconds and 52 milliseconds, and that as I adjust the tempo, this is going to maintain its start position at 5 seconds and 52 milliseconds, regardless of what the tempo is. So if I want to have an event follow tempo changes, so when I adjust the tempo, if I want that to always fall at the same bar and beat position, I would want it in musical mode. If it was something that was tied to a visual cue in a video, I may want to be able to change the tempo and have that track stay at that time code position, and that's when we would put it into linear mode. Now, so those are for the track level. Now, when we come over, we can also have the events, audio events, and oftentimes loops can be in musical mode. So if we listen to this loop and I put my metronome on, the metronome is not lining up to this particular drum loop. Now, this drum loop probably has metadata, and often you may see it in the name. So if we come over here, like we see 100 band, 105, 107, and if we go to our pool window, Control or Command plus P, we can see that the original tempo of that file is 92 beats a minute. Now, if my tempo here is set to 115, and I want this loop to automatically follow the tempo changes, this is when I would select this event. So MIDI will automatically kind of follow the tempo, but if I want this audio event to fit in with the tempo here, I would place it into musical mode. So when I place it into musical mode, we'll notice that the length of this will snap to a bar ending. So now as I play, the timing of this loop is going to match the metronome, because this event is in musical mode. When it's not in musical mode, so I could have events on the same track where different loops, this may be in musical mode, this event, and this event may not be in musical mode. And that's, in times, that makes total sense to do. And if we wanted the events to, when we adjust the tempo, if we want them to stay at their bar and beat position, we take the track and tell the track to be in musical mode. When we want it to stay at its timing position and not tied to the bar and beat, that's when we would place the track into linear mode. So let me know if that makes sense. All right, so we have the artist known as Love checking in. All right, and we have Matt Gloss is Max checking in from Oxford, England. Thanks for joining us. All right, Eric Sampson asks, is it possible to have multiple VSTIs driven by one single MIDI track? So yes. So we could drive up to 4. So if we wanted to come over here, let's add some instrument tracks. So let's do Hallian Sonic. So I want this to do so say I'll just do like a Wurlitzer here. I want to add another instrument. So let's add a pad shop. And let's add a retrolog. Okay, so let's say I have all 3 of these instruments together. So what I can do now is we can do this with a MIDI track. So we'll come over to a MIDI track, and then we'll have what we call MIDI sends. So I can say I want to send this particular track. We could turn these on. and I want this to go out to Howling and Sonic. I want it to go out to Retrolog, and let's have it go out to Pad Shop. So now when I play just this one MIDI track, it's only going to, I will unarm those. So as I want it to come over here, we'll just draw a note in this one track. And as we play, it will automatically play those. So you could use MIDI sends. Now, another trick that people often do, and so we could do 4 instruments that way. But one trick that, because a lot of times when you're rendering, you may want to render different effects, and is just to come over here and to place all of these tracks into a folder. So we could right click, select the tracks, say move to new folder, and we could call this like synth stack. And now I could take multiple instrument tracks and I could just, arm only my synth stack here. So I could say, okay, and this could all be closed. And now when I record, so say I'm here, we'll take off my loop. All right, so now I've recorded on a single track. I recorded onto my folder track. I can make edits on the folder track if I wanted to, but all of my tracks were also recorded right there. So if I wanted to change it afterwards, and knock this down an octave, this one up an octave, you have all the raw tracks right there as well. So I kind of like the flexibility that this gives you of kind of folder tracks, but if you wanted to do it from a MIDI track, you could use the MIDI sends to do that as well. All right, wonderful to see Martin checking in from Germany. Thanks for joining us. We have Recyclop joining from Finland. So Chatfield jumped. Let me just jump back. All right, and we have Bjorn Wegener checking in from Germany as well. All right, Matt Gloss asks, hi Greg, please explain and demonstrate group tracks and their purpose. So often if you have lots and lots of tracks, it could be where instead of moving multiple tracks together and keeping their state, we may want to move just a single fader that adjusts the volume of multiple tracks. So let's say I'm in this particular project, and we see that we have lots of tracks going on. So I got all these blue tracks are drums. So let's say I'm listening to it as it kicks in, and I want all the drums to be louder. And maybe I want to compress all the drums. So what I could do is now come over, I'm going to select all of my drum tracks. We could right click and we'll say add a group channel to the selected channels. I'm going to make it a stereo group. So now I could adjust the volume of all of my drums with one fader instead of having to link these and keep them proportional. Now I could also come over here and do processing on a group track. So if I wanted to come over to, let's say my compressor, let's get to like a vintage compressor. So we could just kind of sorry about that. Let me just. So now all of the tracks are being kind of compressed together to give it a little bit of glue. So those are the main uses of groups. So that I may have one fader for drums, one for vocals, one for guitars, one for low end, one for keys, one for brass, etc. So it allows you to kind of have a single fader that can control the volume of multiple tracks. That's generally the purpose of the groups. All right. All right, wonderful to see John Costigan from Kenosha, Wisconsin on. All right, so yeah, Scene just asked, hi Greg, how can I use the control room if I'm working with a 7.14 setup? For example, I don't use down mixing from 7.14 to 2.0 in Cubase because my audio interface handles the summing. So, all you'd have to do if you wanted to set it up, so let's go to your audio connections here, let's go to your outputs, and we'll add in our control room, what we could do is add a monitor, and we'll call this like our immersive, and let's make it a 7.14 output. All right, and I want to now come over here. Let's add an output bus of 7.14. So now if these tracks are being routed to, let's say, my 714 out, I will come over here. All right, and now what I could do is just come over and say, okay, I want to go to, my different speakers. So we could, just see, one is when we go to your monitors, I could listen to it in stereo or I could listen to it in 714. Once we are listening to it, like let's say our immersive, we could go to the channels, and I don't have any routing, but we could turn on and off. And we also have the down mix presets here, so we could go from 714 to see how it's going to fold down to 5.1, how it's going to fold down to stereo and to mono right there. And I see you say that you have the summing handled in your audio interface. Generally, the audio interfaces don't do that. They generally just kind of spit out audio out of the 12 outputs. So, but if your audio interface does it, that's cool. But the vast majorities of the interfaces don't do internal summing like that. All right, Abel Did It says, hey, is there an issue with the Steinberg website? I haven't been able to use Cubase due to license verification. So usually if it was down, I would get kind of like an email telling me that it's down. So, make sure, one, that you don't have any, so I'm not sure if you're doing it if you go to the Steinberg Activation Manager, if you've activated it there. So let's say, so check here if you haven't done this, is the Steinberg Activation Manager. But I don't think that the activation server is down. And, make sure that it's activated here. And it could be if it's not activated that you might just have to click on the activated to activate it there. So let me know exactly what step you're in, but I don't think that this server is down by any means. There'd be a lot of outrage with that if there was. All right, Junior Rivero just says hello to all. Hi, Greg. Can you zoom in and edit the window in the new drum machine? So, it's not really intended in its current, in the current, like, instantiation of it to really do, like, like when we drop samples in. So let's come over here. All right, so if I find a particular sample and I drop it to a pad, it's not really intended to do a lot of sample-based editing here. So I don't think that, we could do the sample-based, but I think a lot of people would maybe do it inside of Cubase or like in the sample editor and then, make those changes and just drop it into the drum machine track. So once we have, let's say if I come here and let's just do a quick reverse that now when I drop this in that we could do the sample editing inside of Cubase so that we don't really have to do this. And if you need a more detailed editing, you could do it within Groove Agent as well, but isn't a way currently, and again, this is just a very kind of first generation to zoom in. We could do like some cropping of start and end points, but it's not really set up. And I guess let's see if we could zoom in here, but currently it's not really set up to be like to do sample editing here because it's unlike a plugin that's always going to be working in a separate window. You could do so much of it just right in Cubase and drag and drop the samples. So Mike Braley's just asked, does anyone use 14 with Big Sur? My 13 is fine. The specs say not supported, but 13 did too. So I would say if 13 is running, there's probably a good chance that Cubase 14 will work. And what you could always do is just, do the trial version. So you have a 60-day trial version that you could try out. And from that point, see how it's working on your system without having to worry about compatibility issues. All right, David Blues asks, hi Greg, how can I use track versions in Cubase to organize different sets of instruments? For instance, grouping bass, piano, and strings in one version, sax, guitar, cello, and brass section in a third. I'd like to switch between these versions to test how the arrangement works with my ideas. I'm also unclear about the common ID function. Okay. All right, so let me just add some tracks here. So, we'll take a look at a number of different approaches here. So, all right, so let's say we want bass, piano, and once you're in the naming field, just if people don't know this trick, that you could hit the tab key and that will open up the naming field in the next one. So say bass, piano, strings. Okay. Okay. Let's say brass. So we'll say trumpet, sax, trombone, and the third will be violin, cello, say violin, viola, cello. Okay. So what I would maybe do, so let's say we record just a quick audio on all of these. Okay, so if your intention is really to kind of just switch between them, what I would maybe do is to, in the mix console here, just say I want to take these 3 tracks, let's say bass, piano, and I want to create a link group. And this way we could also just say we want to, all right, so we have mute, solo, listen. Okay, so we'll call this, so we'll call it link group 1. I'm going to have link group 2, which is brass. Okay, and let's do a third link group. Okay, so we come over here. So let me just, click on the right link. Okay, so we see that these are linked 1, link 2, link 3. All right, so let's say while we're playing, if I wanted to switch, now when I do this, I could click on trumpet, or I could click on violin, and then we could just kind of we could choose to link solo different groups of instruments. Something else that you could do, like this isn't something I would generally, if you're looking to kind of choose between the instruments, I could come here and let's say, okay, I want to also, we'll move the selected tracks to new folder. Okay, so I could have this be my strings. Let's come here and move these selected tracks to new folder, and we'll call this brass. And we'll call it bass, strings, piano. All right, and then if you wanted to, you could just come right over here, and now we could say, okay, while we're playing, I wanted to listen to the bass, strings, piano. I want to listen to the brass. I want to listen to the strings. That you could do it like that. So if you want to kind of switch between parts, now if we're using track versions, what I could do is say, okay, I want to take these tracks and let's do a new version. Okay, so I want to now take these particular tracks here. I'm going to copy these. So hold down my Alt and Option key. Okay. And then we could give these names. So let's say trumpet, sax, piano. Okay, and we'll come back over here to all of these tracks. And we'll make a new track version. Okay, and we'll call this violin, viola, cello. All right, so now if, let's say we mute these, and I wanted to switch back and forth, what we could do now is say, let's go to, I want to listen to just, so as we come here, we can say, okay, let's listen to, our brass. Let's listen to, so we could now come over here and switch kind of the content if you want to. So we can see bass, piano, strings. I want this to be trumpet, sax, trombone. And now I want this to be, my violin, viola, cello. So we could switch there. Now, when it comes to common IDs, if we had done a number of tracks, let's say I'm doing recording here, I'll move this over and we record, let's say, onto this. And let's say this is take one. Okay, so I want to select these tracks and we'll do a new track version. Okay, and then I'm going to record again. And let's say, okay, we'll say the brass player here or string player, I want to do a new version just on just the strings. So we're going to come over here, say, okay, this will be version 4, but I'm only going to record on the strings this time. So we'll say, okay, or I'm only going to record on one voice here. So we go to record. All right, so let's say I've determined that take 4 is perfect for all of the instruments except I want this take to be version 5 for the violist. So what we can do now is I'm going to just come to my version 5, and then once we're here, we could, if I wanted to select all the tracks with the same version ID, but at this point we could just, come here and switch between our different version IDs if we wanted to. So this way I could say, and if I wanted to, let's say, there's just an obvious mistake here on take 3 for everyone. There's an obvious mistake for track 4 that we could take this version number and reassign it to version 3 so that when we move those, that we have the ability to basically say that instead of this being take 5, it was take 3. That's the one we want to use. So I could select all the tracks with the same version ID so everything could be consistent here. So if they were recorded and there was tracks bleeding through, we could do that. But if I was just kind of switching between ideas, I would probably use folder tracks and solo those folder tracks as opposed to doing it through track versions. And track versions I would think of as like alternate takes for the same instruments. And I think conceptually that may be easier to approach it that way in your workflow. All right, we have a question from Terrence Shaw, who asks, "Hi Greg, in Cubase 14 I never use invisibility, and I'm wondering if there's a way to take the make invisible button off the track, and also is there a way I can move tracks when minimized?" Okay, so let's say I want to come here. Let me just add a number of tracks. And let's say these are all pretty minimalized. I'll just make these larger as contrast. Take 1 through 16 here. Select all these. Okay, so when I want to move the track, we can move the track there. We could also right click and say we want to move selected tracks. So I have track 7. We can move selected tracks to previous positions. So we see that track 7 is moved up. So if I want track 7 to come between 10 and 11, we could just move to the previous available section just like that. Or if I wanted to move it to the top, we could just kind of right click. And in regards to visibility, it says I never use visibility. I'm wondering if there's a way to take the make invisible button off of the track. All right, so let's see if there's a button to. So I'm not sure if we're. Let's see if there's a visibility settings here. So let's get to the track control settings. So I'm not sure which So we go to the audio track. I don't see like a visibility button. But if it's this button here that you don't want to see, if we right click, we could set up the tabs, and then so if we just set up the tabs and right click, we could choose to hide the visibility right there. Or if you want to see it, or when we go to the bottom, we could kind of right click on tabs, but try just right clicking at the top here. And then if you want to make the visibility go away, you could do that as well. So let me know if that's helpful for you, or if I misunderstood. All right, so Richard Carpenter just saying educational. All right, Bjorn Wegener just says error fix where all those have a constant screen freeze in Cubase. I don't know why. He's just says deactivate the Nahimic services, audio service of MSI motherboards, and that will fix it immediately. Thanks for sharing that tip. Hopefully that will save someone some time when diagnosing an issue. All right. Tufik Ben asks, hello, Greg. Could you explain the difference between global copy and paste at original position in Cubase? And could you provide a practical example to help me understand? All right. Okay, so let's say we have a number of tracks here. All right. Okay, let me just add like a tempo track and maybe a chord track here. Okay, and let's add a chord track. Okay, so when I come over here, what we can do now is I'm going to, so say I select a range here. All right, so when I go do a global copy, so I think if we just go here to the range, we could choose a global copy. All right, so when I do a global copy, this would include all of the different elements: automation, chord tracks, arranger tracks, tempo tracks. So now when I move my play position here, my cursor, and we paste, all of those settings are automatically carried directly over with that. So again, we just come here, let's see if we could just do it within the selected range. Okay, so Control, Command. So let's say, and we'll come over here. So global copy. And let me just paste it in the wrong area. Okay, so edit to range to global copy, move our play position here, paste. So we could do that. Now, when we want to move an event, so let's say I have a MIDI event, and as we work with, let's say, a MIDI, like I have an audio loop here. Okay. And when we want to use paste at original position, so let's say I've now taken a particular range here. All right, so I've copied this, and then when I go to this track, when I paste it, it'll paste it based upon the play position head here. So let's say so I come here, I copy this, I move my playhead position, I paste the event, that the placement is based upon where the cursor position is. But now if I want to paste at origin, what I could do is just come, and let's say I move this here, and my playhead position was in a different spot. So I could select this, I could copy, and so right now if I go to this track and paste, it's going to paste it, and if I wanted to double apart, it's going to paste it based at the position here. But when we do, instead of our normal paste, so I copy this, I can see where my playhead position is, so we copy, my cursor is here, and I go to this track and I hit Alt or Option plus V, it will automatically paste it at the origin or the same exact time. So when we paste at origin, it's going to place it at the same time, and it's not going to be pasted based upon the playhead position. So those are the differences. All right, so we have Luis Che checking in from Argentina. Thanks for joining us. All right, so Rami Arafat says, hi, Greg. First, thank you for helping me with the peak load problem. All right, so we see Tim K checking in from Zeist in the Netherlands. His cat Buddy is waving a paw hello to my cat Steven, who's probably asleep in a couch upstairs, and to Mark Rabin's dog Stella and any other pets that are nearby. All right, Rami Arafat just says, next I would like to ask about hyperthreading. Does Cubase 14 work better with it, or do I still need to disable it in BIOS? So, I've heard different things from different people. So it could be like, depending upon your motherboard, how it's working. So, you could try yourself, do a quick test. I don't think that the hyperthreading gives a lot. I think it was kind of more marketing initially when it was released to make it seem like your processor was kind of behaving twice as fast as it would be with a single processor. So you could try with and without. It's not going to break anything, and test for your particular system. All right, Peter Wessel says, hi, Greg. Peter here from the Netherlands. In Cubase 14, when I bounce a mono part or track, the result is a stereo part track. I don't want that. Is there something I overlooked? Okay, so let me just find, let me just go to a file that has some monos in it. All right, so it could determine how it's being bounced. So let's say if I come here, let's take this event. All right, and I'll just truncate it. Okay, so right now, if I take this and let's do a bounce selection, it maintains its mono status. If this, I'll undo that. Let's make this a stereo track. And let's see if we do a bounce selection, it's still a mono source. So we do the bounce selection, it's going to do that. Now, when we do a render in place, let's say I have an effect channel on my kick, and I have my effects channel. It's going to a reverb. This reverb is in stereo. So we go to this track and we go to our sends. We'll see that we have our particular track here. Now, once we go to like a render in place, so I'll go to my render settings, If I choose to do dry or channel settings, this will maintain the channel width. Now, when we incorporate our complete signal flow, this incorporates the send effects. So if we wanted this to be bounced with the send effects, when we do this, it's now going to render it in place, and it will make it a stereo file because the effects that are included that we're hearing are in stereo. So if you're doing via render in place, we can just, so from the edit menu, when the render in place settings are set to complete signal path or complete signal path plus master effects, if there's stereo processing or stereo routing, it will then take that mono file and convert it to be a stereo file because that's what it's hearing, that's how it's being processed. Now, when we're doing an export audio mix down, we would have kind of the same, and we're doing like a multiple. What we would do is in the effects section, if we choose to have inserts and strip or disabled, if it's a mono file, it would retain its mono compatibility, or if it's a stereo file, if it has stereo processing in effects or the master section, it would then turn into a stereo file. But that would be based upon the settings here in the effects, which are very similar to what we saw in the render in place settings. So again, if you have dry channel settings or channel settings, that would automatically maintain the channel width of the files. So let me know if that's helpful. All right, so we see Manfig checking in from Santa Barbara, California. Always so beautiful there. All right, Recyclop just asks, what's the best way to remote control Cubase for recording my own drum playing? It'd be nice to hit record and stop at the drums. So I know a lot of people get a wireless keyboard, and we'll move that over. There's also Cubase IC Pro, which is a remote app for iOS or Android devices, so that you could use your phone to do transport controls, to have like a little, touchscreen faders. You could also fire off different keyboard shortcuts. So check out the Cubase IC Pro. You can get it on the Android Place, the Apple App Store or the Google Play Store. All right, so we have Junior Rivera checking in from New York City. Thanks for joining us. All right, Yassine El Begiti asks, when I open Cubase on my iMac, I can't use certain keys on my keyboard like F3. Is it not possible to assign those keys on a Mac? So it's going to be a Mac system settings. Apparently, Apple doesn't think that you should be using your function keys in your program. So let's go to your system preferences here to keyboard. And what you want to do is you'll see this option here, use F1, F2, etc. keys as standard function keys. So just click there and turn that on, and then your function keys will work to pull up like your mix console, your different functions inside of Cubase. So give that a try. So once again, it's a Mac OS issue. So system preferences to keyboard, and just check directly on that box. All right. Thanks for all the great questions. Okay, Ryan asks, hi, is there a way to make it so that the tool in the key editor follows the tool in the arrangement editor? Yeah, so if we're in the key editor, so if we have a tool selected here, so let's say I go to my comp tool. So the comp tool doesn't exist when we go to a key editor. So let's just add a key, we'll add an instrument part here. So it's not going to automatically carry over because the tools are different between them. So if we come over, and let me just add the instrument. Okay. So, a tool that's available here, we see different tools that are available there than the key editor. There's some overlap, but the tools are different. So, but, most of the tools that are similar will have the same keyboard shortcuts. So if I come over here, this is my active window, I hit 2. When I go to the key editor, we can see that that's automatically carried over. When we select our scissors tool, we may not see the scissors tool here because there's no scissors, so different tools for the different editors, so they're not going to carry over because it's not going to work 100% of the time. All right, so we have Plentian checking in from South Africa. Thanks for joining us again. All right, Jungle Survivor 19 just says, how do you get the floating track area when you play a sequence? So I'm not sure if it's if it is like the floating. So if we're in our event here, so let's say I have my key editor. The key editor can be right here in the lower zone, but if we click on this arrow, then we could have the key editor be in a floating window. And if we always want that when we double click that it goes not into the lower zone but into its own dedicated window, there's a preference. So if we go to your preferences and we go to editors, we could say double click opens editor in a window. So we'll hit apply, and now when I double click on an event, it'll just go into its own floating window there. So once again, that preference or settings, we'll come over here to editors, and you can say double click opens editor in a window versus the lower zone. All right, so we have Greedo Kenobi just sending greetings. Thanks for joining us. All right, Jungle Survivors from New York, and he's sending peace to everyone. All right, always wonderful to see Michael Teams from Weatherford, Texas. Thanks for joining. I believe the virtual ice cream distribution will begin. All right, my chat field just jumped. Let me find where I was. All right. All right, so we see from Plentian, it says, when adding 20 audio tracks, is there a way to make inputs added automatically and numbered assigned correct instead of selecting each track and assigning corresponding input channel? I'm using Cubase 13 Pro. Okay, so let's just do a new project here. All right, so the first thing we want to do is make sure that we have our inputs defined. If we go to our audio connections window or hit F4, we want to come over and say, okay, I want to add buses. So I want to add, let's say, 20 mono buses here. And these would automatically increment based upon your audio interface. So if you have 20 inputs, like if you're recording from a digital mixer like a Yamaha DM3, something like that, we could see all of your inputs will be added sequentially here. I'm going to now add 20 audio tracks. So I'll come right over here. So we add these. Now when we did this, it's going to add those tracks all assigned to the same input that we set in the window. I'm going to select all of the tracks. I'm going to select the top track, select the bottom track, and press the shift and hold the shift key down in between. And what I want to do now is to hold down the shift key, and I want to say and hold down we'll say stereo in 1. So now that we've done that, channel 1 is now stereo in 1. We go to channel 2. Let me make sure I had this set correctly. Do it one more time. Okay, so hold down the shift key, do the routing for the first one. Maybe I added, okay, let me add mono tracks, sorry. All right, so let's add mono tracks. We'll add 20. Sorry for my operator error. All right, so now we're going to select all of these tracks. We go to track 1, hold down the shift key. Let me just come here, hold down shift. And now we'll see mono in 2, mono in 3, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14 through 20. So this way we don't have to do the routing. So select, make sure that all the connections are defined, all the inputs are defined here. And if you click on add bus and you do a number, that will sequentially route the inputs to all the, so if we have 20 inputs from your audio interface, we would see the 20 inputs show. If we have 32 inputs, we could add 32 tracks. That will increment the inputs. Add the tracks, select all the tracks. So select the top, hold down shift key, select the bottom track, and then hold down the shift key again, and then select the first track. You'll see like audio 01, hold down the shift key, and then it will ripple or incrementally add the input channels so that you don't have to do it one by one. All right, so we see Tiago just says, Greg, I'm having issues in loading Pro Q4 on Cubase 14 and 13. When I try to load it, Cubase halts. All other plugins are normal. Any hint? I was able to load it in another program. Thanks. So I know it just came out yesterday, I think. So I haven't had any experience. I don't have a license for it. But make sure that it's, it hasn't installed a 32-bit version. It hasn't installed a VST2 version. So I'm not sure. Some plugins, when they do that, will install VST2 versions. Will install, 32-bit. Will install other plugin formats. So just make sure that you have the 64-bit VST3. And if there's other remnants of different plugins, try to see. If you get rid of the 32-bit, get rid of the VST2, if there's VST2, and see if that helps. All right, wonderful to see Michael Romanowski from Coast Mastering. Hope you're doing well, Michael. And I don't know if you're going to NAMM, but hopefully I'll see you at NAMM. All right, so we have a question. Is it possible to have multiple MIDI remote scripts for multiple MIDI controllers at the same time? So yes, you could have multiple, and that's the beauty of it. It's kind of scalable. So you can see when I come here, I have jump back. But if I wanted to have other devices, let me just connect to one here quickly. So you can see that I will come over here. I have a nano control currently active. I also have a Choy Sauce controller, so I could come over here and have multiple, you could have however many MIDI ports you have available for you. So on my personal system, I have 3 or 4 different MIDI remotes if you wanted to, so you could have multiple That way you could have multiple, remote devices. And if you want 3 knobs from this and 4 knobs from that, you could configure it how you want. All right, so we see from Coast Masterings, everyone could Google Michael Romanowski. He's an incredibly talented mastering engineer. He just keeps winning all those Grammys recently. His question is, hey Greg, how can I listen to just the effects and not the source? I've asked this before, but can't ever get there. I don't use the monitor controller. Mine is external. So if, we're going to have to use the control room to get the listen bus. So let's say, I'll just take this example here. And you don't necessarily have to utilize the control room in a very kind of intrusive workflow way, because I know you obviously have a mastering chain. So let's say if I wanted in Michael's question, if we're here, like we have project set here, so let's say so if we wanted to just hear like the effect, so what I would do, Michael, is, and you don't have to do anything with the control, you could leave kind of the same kind of signal path for your control room, is come over here, go to your audio connections, and where you have your outputs, so you may have your immersive output. Like here I have let's say for example, my stereo out. So I have my output defined here. When I go to my control room, I add a monitor, which would be basically this, so let's say we've added like a 714 output here. Okay, and this is where I would make the connections to my converters or my audio interface out from here to my monitor path. So at that point, when we do it, this is still defined. We don't have to change any routing. Our control room is basically the audio is being sent out through the control room. We now could control the monitor here. You don't have to. You could just hide the control room if you wanted to. But if we wanted to solo, let's say we want to solo the effect. What did you say? You wished it. All right, so let's say as we're. What did you say? You wished it. So when I solo the track here, we can see that we hear the reverb and its source. So, and if we solo the reverb's going to solo the source as well. So, and what Michael wants to do is just to hear the effect. So if we just now click on the listen bus, now the original source material, the original source track isn't sounding. It's only going into the listen bus. But when I solo the effect, it's going to solo the source that's feeding it as well. So we slide over, we'll see that this track that's feeding that reverb is soloed. And then when I just click on the L, now I'm only hearing this reverb without the source track feeding it. So once you have that, you could set your monitor level to 0 dB. Don't touch anything in here, and then you'll still have the same capability of isolating the effects. There's great stuff that you can do in a control room, and I understand that if you have a monitor controller, that it's going to be duplicative, but this will still just take your stereo, your immersive output, and route it through there. You don't have to affect it in any way. You could do that through your monitor control. It's still going to take the same physical outputs from your Nuendo into that are going out of the audio interface. It's just being routed through here, and this gives you the ability on the effects channel to click on the L, and then you could isolate just the reverb when needed. All right, so Matt Gloss just says, Greg, thanks for the demo and group tracks. Much appreciated. All right, Michael Romanowski at Coast Mastering also asked, is there a way to get rid of this splash page in WaveLab like the hub in Nuendo? I just want it gone so I could go straight to what I'm looking for, not extra steps to get there. Let's take a look, see if there's a preference for that. All right. So you don't want to see the hub here. All right. Let's see if there's any. All right, let's see if this looks like the area it might be in. Let me see if there's other preferences maybe. All right, so let me just see. I don't think that will do it, but all right, let me just see if there's a preference hidden. All right, so I'm going to try to restart it here. It says the WaveLab splash screen. Yes, I don't see a preference for that, Michael. But I'll just take another quick look. Yeah, it kind of looks like it would be in the global section under display. It seems like it would be in this particular area. But I'll see if I could find out, and if you want to send me an email afterwards, Michael, I'd be happy to see if I could do some more research on it. Sorry about that. All right. So we see Roland Gerard asks, "Hello, Greg. Is it possible to set the frequency curves of multiple tracks in the same equalizer view?" Okay, so we'll just add a number of tracks here. Okay, so we can see kind of the EQ view. So I'm going to select my audio tracks here, enable Q-Link, and let's adjust my EQ. And we can see that that's now been applied to all the tracks. So select all of the tracks. You could select, if you want to do them sequentially, you could use the Shift key, or if you want to do it independently, the Control or Command key. Enable Q-Link or hold down Alt or Option plus Shift. Go to the EQ, make your adjustment, and then that EQ, once Q-Link is enabled, will apply that EQ change to all of the selected tracks. Okay. Jason G, DJ Crazy, J Bass Overdose Records, established 1991, asks, "Hi, I have the correct settings to color the mixer the same color as the tracks, and it's hard to get it to show the color of the tracks in the mixer. Sometimes it works. Win 10, Cubase 14. So mine, seems to work as expected. So this preference, just to make sure that when you're doing it, if you go to the preferences or settings, go to track and mix console channel, and here we want to make sure that the mix console channel, so if I come here, we hit apply, so I'll hit apply, we can see that the colors in the mix console channel settings have gone away. So when I do this and hit apply, that they've returned, and if they seem maybe, and there's also kind of a color strength. So if you want those to be kind of very demure or brighter use of the contrast of the colors, you could adjust that. So make sure that you're not using kind of that the settings are kind of set, like maybe the color strength is set, and always check the mix console channel colors there. All right, Baranga Danga Jam Sessions asks, "Hi Greg, can I have key commands that add or subtract a certain amount of BPMs while playing, so I could just jam to a click track and beat and do accelerandos and rallentandos without interruptions?" So I'm not sure if, because once we have so let's say we come here, we have a tempo track. All right, so if we want our tempo, so let's see if we could so let's see if we could adjust the tempo with like a project logical editor. So if it's like a static value and you want to increase or decrease the tempo, so let's come over here. Let's go to our project logical editor. Okay, so we want to transform media type equals tempo. Let's see if we have tempo. And let's see if we could trim. Not sure if the trim will work. So we could just choose to set up the project logical editor to trim So let's say I do 0.99. So now we see our tempo value is set to 120. And as I do this, we could just have a MIDI command trigger this. And if, this button, so if you wanted a MIDI controller or a foot switch where this button is multiplying it by 0.99 versus dividing it by 0.119, we could set up a project logical editor to do that. Now, when you mentioned doing like, just make sure, so the key commands can't subtract, but it may not do accelerandos or rallentandos without interruption, but you could change the value here. So try just, maybe consider, and let's see if we do this trim, and I think this will only be for automation. Yeah, so we could just come over here and just say multiply by 1.01, and now we could increase our value. So that could be one foot switch that triggers this preset, and we could have another preset that would multiply by 0.99. So that would decrease the tempo, and you could have a foot switch that would just kind of change the project tempo. And that would be, for the tempo, yeah, so it doesn't have to be selected either. So use the project logical editor presets and give that a try, and then trigger those. All right, 808 King, sorry if I skipped over your question there. Says, hi G, I like to edit MIDI in the edit in place on instrument tracks a lot, and I have a hard time moving notes around because they are so small. I tried zooming, and that is useless. How can I make them big? Okay, so let's go to a project with some MIDI. All right, so let's say I'm doing my edit in place, which is Command-Shift-I or Control-Shift-I. Okay, so if we go to the keys here, so you may notice that we could have it so that you see more of the notes, and that's great. You kind of get a sense more of what's going on with the part. So, but as soon as I come over, just get to the piano part here. So if we want to see the notes that are longer, so when you move to, like, let's say over top of the black keys, and I just hold, you'll see that the cursor will turn into a compass. Hold down the left mouse button and move it horizontally, and then you could zoom vertically that way. So let me know if that's helpful for your 808 King. So I can see where editing that could be pretty small. But if you just kind of come over here, you can, and if you wanted to zoom horizontally, just normal G and H keys for doing that. But you could just, and you could do this in the MIDI key editor as well. If it's like, okay, I can see everything, but I can't really effectively edit the MIDI data. Now we can just kind of zoom in as we see fit. So let me know if that's helpful for you. And to close the editor, Command or Control plus Shift plus the letter I again. Our ABM Studio, Jaranawa, just saying hello. Thanks for joining us. All right. Kamal Jeet Singh asks, hi, I have some VST effects and VST instruments in block list. How do I get them to work in Cubase 14 Pro? They are 64-bit, and we have Mac Studio M2. So generally, if they're in a block list, that would indicate that maybe, could be a plugin that's causing instability. So if we go to the VST plugin manager, and you go to like a block list plugins, what you could do is select it and then try to click on reactivate, and those particular plugins could be kind of brought back to life, but realize that they're placed into a block list because they've been deemed to create stability issues. And if they're VST2 plugins, that's not going to work natively on Apple Silicon as well, and you need to run in Rosetta mode, as JazzDude just mentioned. All right, Cookie says, evening and all, love these streams, learning so much. Thanks for the nice words. Glad it's been helpful for people, and I enjoy sharing knowledge. All right, Recyclop says, how to edit drums when kick and snare are supposed to play at the same time but are flamming. Can I use free warp and can't copy a section as cymbals are still ringing? I did record samples at the end of this session. Okay. All right, so I assume this is going to be audio drums. All right. All right, so let me revert this project here. All right, so say we're listening to our drums here. All right, so one of the things that I like to do, let's say if we need to move, like, we're supposed to have two drums that are hitting at the same time. So generally when Cubase will record audio, it will do kind of hit point detection. So we can say, okay, I want to take my hit points here, and we could convert these to what we call warp markers. Okay, so I did that for the snare. Let's go to like a kick track here. And again, we can just come over and convert these hit points to warp markers. Then what we could do is say, okay, I want to edit these two sources, or I want to edit like this source compared to another source. So say I move this track up and we want to see more transient action going on here. So I want to take these snares and align them to, let's say, these particular files here. Let me just make this a little more. Okay. So once I'm here, so let's say I want this snare to go right there. What we could do is go to the warp tool. So, what we did is we took the hit points and converted those to warp markers. And now if you find that, this particular drum isn't aligned, like, and it's kind of flamming, you'll see that as we have the free warp tool. So the warp markers were automatically transitioned from the hit points. And now I could just say, and you'll notice that as I hover to the right, we have this little clock with two arrows. That when the line goes from yellow to white, this would indicate that that is the warp marker that we can move around. So now I could just say this snare hit needs to line up right here. So I could just move that snare hit to align with the other drums. And if we have snap turned on, we could say, okay, I want to turn my snap on to the beat. And now I could just have these automatically kind of fall into the beat or to a quantized value. So we can say, okay, I want this to automatically snap to the musical grid. And we can see that just kind of almost like falls into like a little crevice there. And we could snap those events to the musical grid if you wanted to, if snap is turned on. But if you wanted to freely move these parts, so if I wanted like this note to fall right at the transient start of that kick, we could just move that like so. So let me know if that makes sense for your workflow. All right, so we see Rick France just says hello from the Pacific Northwest. Learned so much from these meetings. Thanks for all your help, Greg. So thank you for the kind words. I appreciate it. It means a lot. All right, so Terrence Shaw just says, I'm not able to drag tracks up and down minimized. I click the right side of the bar, it selects invisibility drop down, so I have to open up the track a bit in order to drag it up and down. All right, so let's say I want to take all of these tracks here, and I'll make them maybe as small as possible. All right, so when I do this, I could just select my, let's say, move my hi-hat track up and down. So if I want my bass track to go right underneath my sub kick, so maybe instead of like in the parameter area, but if you go to the right of the track, try just grabbing there, and then you could freely move it around. If you're in 14, there are keyboard shortcuts that could be assigned, or like a MIDI remote. So I think I have this set in my MIDI remote. So let me just pop over here. Let's go to my nano control. And I will just come over here. So I think it's, okay. So I have like these buttons here where I could take that track and just move it up. So I don't actually have to select it. So if you have 14, we could choose to move this track all the way to the bottom, or I could move it up just using keyboard shortcuts that could be assigned here. So we'll see under move selected tracks, channels to previous available or to next available. And it's going to be basically this function that we see, but I'm able to do that pretty easily within the minimum track height. But if you're in 14, you could also just right click and you could take a number of tracks or a single track and move it up or down as you see fit. All right, wonderful to see Cap Tenergy Music checking in from Harrisburg, Pennsylvania. Okay, so we see inactive user just says, hi Greg, if I've created a nice send channels on a vocal bus channel with insert effects on it, but in old session of mine, how can I transfer copy those projects with the right level sent? Okay, so let's say I want to take my snare track, and my snare track is going out to a beautiful reverb. I'll just revert this quickly. Okay, so we'll take our snare and if we want to come over here, we can say, okay, let's add an effect channel to the snare. Okay, so now that I want to include those, I want to move that source track and the snare. I'll just reread it here. Okay. And let's say I have an insert effect on this particular track as well. So let's put, we'll put like a black valve compressor. Okay, so I want to include those settings into another session. So I'm going to select that track and the effects channel. So I'm going to select both of those tracks together. Let's go to your file menu and we will choose to export selected tracks. So we'll just say we'll copy our media files. For now, we could reference them either way. So we'll come over here. I'm going to say this is December 13th snare and reverb. Okay, we're going to save it to our desktop. Okay, now I want to go to a new project. So we exported the selected tracks, and it can be a little confusing because we're going to import what we call a track archive. So now we come over here, we see our track archive is December 13th snare and reverb. I hit open, we'll see this, and I can now just select that. And now as we play, we could just have our tracks automatically play back with the effects. So that's one way of doing it. Another method would be just to come over here and, say, okay, like if we save this track, you could go to import tracks from project. So I'll activate this project. And you could do an import tracks from project and select a project, and you'd see the similar settings for that. But again, you can export selected tracks and import a track archive. And that way those two references are kind of those two things will be tied together. All right, great to see Wilfried on from Bochum, Germany. Nick Saya, great to see you on from New York, New Jersey area. Hi, Greg. How to save track preset that recalls an instrument in quad. For instance, if I have an instrument with separate outs, they're both routed to a quad group. When I load second pair, not going to group. All right, so track preset won't necessarily is going to be self-contained in an audio track, but if you want it to do so let's say if we wanted this to go to, I have an instrument track. Let's do a new project here. Okay, so let's add an instrument. All right, so I want to now send this to a quad group. Okay, so we'll add a group track to select it, and we want this configuration to be we'll just say LRCS for now. Okay. So we play this, route this. So now what I want to do is, so a track preset would save all of the settings internally on this particular track. So all of the EQs. So we come over here, we have all of our EQs, our channel strip. This is all preserved for us. So when we do this, so a track preset is going to be just kind of a self-contained track. But if we now want to carry this over with our quad group, we would select both of them, export, and we'll say export to selected tracks just like we did. We'll say pad shop quad group, new project, import selected tracks, or import a track archive, sorry. We'll select all here, and now we'll have our quad group automatically opened up and archived directly there. So we think of a track preset is not necessarily containing routing, and if you want to contain routing, export to selected tracks and import it as a track archive. Thanks for joining us, Nick. It's great to see you on. All right, the artist known as Love asks, question, can you show how to change audio into MIDI, please? Thanks. So it's not really intended to work with like chords for like a single device. So let's come over here. Let's say we're at this project. All right, and let me just revert it. Okay, so if we want to do something kind of like melodic, so say I want to I have my bass here. I'm going to add just a quick bass instrument. So let's come over to Howling Sonic. I think that we may just drop this, transpose it up an octave. Okay, so what I want to do now is we'll go into Very Audio. And we'll say, okay, let's edit the Very Audio. And within Very Audio, we could say extract MIDI. And we'll do it to the first selected track. So that's the MIDI and the audio playing back together. So, and if we wanted to just come over here to the settings, we could say, okay, let's go to instrument and let's make it our instrument type. We'll just do electric bass. So we'll go to fretted instruments. Say 4-string bass. So, and we could just come over here. Let's set our key, which I think will be set to the key of A. We'll drag that over. And so that's just our MIDI transcription. So we could do it like that. Now, if you wanted to do for like replacing drums, what we could do is come to the hit points. And so we're going to just kind of find our hit points here. And then we could say, so we'll say create MIDI notes. And I can say, okay, let's assign it to C1. And that could automatically create MIDI just of the rhythmic drums for drum replacement and retain all the velocities. So again, it's designed for monophonic material. It's not necessarily designed for doing guitar chords, piano chords. So, but if it's a saxophone, a voice, a bass, synth lead, or like individual drums where the pitch isn't really determined, but you want to get the rhythm for doing sample replacement, we could do that through the hit points. Okay. See, Dwight Cunningham just says, Greg, thanks very much. Thanks for being on. Appreciate you being here. All right. Chatfield jumped. Let me find my spot. Okay, we have Ryan says, thanks. Do you know if there would be a way to set it so that if I clicked one on my keyboard, it would change to a tool of my choice in both the arrangement and the key editor windows? So again, because they're different tools, you may have to, and we don't want to assume that when you go into the key editor, your first intention may be to erase a note. And if you have the object selection tool selected in the project window for an unrelated task, we don't want to assume that that tool is what you want when you go there. So that way you kind of you initiate the tool selection, and it's just a simple right click. But we don't want to assume that you're going to be doing the same tools. So, and again, where the tools are different between the two, you know, from a design decision, I kind of understand it. All right, Connell Jacinto Real Estate asks, "Hi Greg, I'm using Cubase Pro 13. Hope you're doing well." So I'm doing great, feeling better. Had a bit of a cold last week. I think I'm pretty much over it. Thanks for asking. It says, "If I group a set of tracks, how do I ungroup the tracks? Will the tracks be deleted if I ungroup the tracks?" So it could depend on how they're grouped together. So let's say there's like kind of almost an editing group. So if I take these tracks and hit Control or Command G, we'll see that this little icon appears. Now if I move one, all those tracks will move. They're going to be kind of tied together as a single entity. To get that group to be kind of dissolved, hit Control or Command plus the letter U. Think of ungroup. So G will group and U will ungroup. If it's in the mix console, you know, if these are being sent to a group, so say I take these particular tracks and these are sent to a group, we can add a group channel to the selected tracks. So if I do this and I get rid of the group channel, so if I come here, we say remove selected tracks, the routing here may still be going to the group that doesn't exist anymore. So it may say to no bus, and then we could just hold down Alt or Option plus Shift, and I could select all of those tracks to go to the stereo out routing. So now they've all been rerouted to our stereo out, just like that. So let me know if that makes sense for what you wanted to find out. We see Michael Teens is happy with a big woohoo. Always wonderful to see Gerald Ely checking in from Martinez, California. All right, Mr. Ox asks, in Cubase 14 drum track, changing the length of an existing pattern is not reflected in the project window. You have to delete the event and recreate it. Is that the intended behavior? All right, so let's take a look. Okay, let me just get rid of some of my inputs here. All right, so let's go to our drum machine here. Okay, so let's come over, we'll make it a pattern event. All right, so let's go to our pattern editor. So right now, let's say I've created just the world's worst drum pattern here. So let's say we have our pattern, and if we drag this pattern out to our project window, so let's say, okay, we'll drag it to measure 101. All right, so we have a 1 bar pattern. All right, now let's say I do a new pattern, and this pattern is going to be, let's say, 32 steps long. Okay, so I will come over here. Let's just put in, let's say my kick. We'll do every 4th. And let's just throw in some snares here. All right, so let's say I drag this pattern to my project window. All right, so let's see if we extend this out. Let me just see if we let's say we will okay, so we drag okay, so we created kind of a 2 measure pattern here, and we extended that out. This, if we extended this particular pattern out here, it's just going to kind of keep duplicating that because it's only 1 measure long. All right, so we've done this. So it says changing the length of an existing pattern is not reflected in the project window. You have to delete the event and recreate it. Is this the intended behavior? So I think basically it's just going to, if we've changed, it's, since we've dragged out an event, that's the event that it's going to copy over. So if we come and make let's say we go to pattern 1 here, and this is set to pattern 2, we could see that we could have different lengths, but I think that, once it's dragged into the project window, that it's not going to change this. We can edit it, but once we drag it in, it's going to give us 1 measure. But let's see if we do a third pattern. So let's do a new pattern here, and I want to set this to be 30-second notes. Okay, and let's see what happens when we drag pattern 3 over. Let's see if it gives us 1 minute. So depending on the number of steps that you have here, so if I change this to 16 and I drag this pattern over, that when we drag this pattern over, it's only going to be 1 bar because it's only 16 steps. So let me just, so as we drag this over, it'll be 1 measure. So it really matters. And if I do, let's say 64 steps, 96 steps, when I drag this over, based on the number of steps is what determines the length. So drag that over, and we can see that that is going to be longer because that pattern has 96 steps. This one has 16 steps. This one has 32. So it depends on this pattern. But once we've dragged it from here, changing the length doesn't necessarily change it back into the actual pattern. So let me know if that makes sense or if I'm misunderstanding. All right, so Sven Isaacson says, I'd love to see track count filtering in the input section of the inspector. Only mono inputs are shown for mono tracks, only stereo inputs for stereo tracks, etc. All right, so let's say we add, it may be different because now we could have we could switch the channel configuration afterward. So let's say I have, we'll add a bus here and say, okay, we want to have 4 mono inputs. Okay, so I have an audio track here. Let's say we start off with the track being mono. Okay, so we come over here. We can see our mono inputs because, when we come over here, but realize that we can make the track stereo now as well. So, there are times when it makes sense to people may want to, if you just have a stereo track, you could say, I know lots of people that when they're tracking, they have only stereo inputs defined. So let's say, okay, we do a mono track and they want to record on input 2. That what they do is they'll come over here and say, okay, I want to go to my input, stereo 1, my right input, and that's input 2. So it's just people will define their inputs and outputs. Some people will only deal with mono. Some people will only deal with stereo and then just do the routing as if they have kind of like a 2-bus mixer. So, so that could be one of those things that could be off-putting to a lot of people to make a change because you could kind of have the flexibility to work either way. All right, so we see Nick has popped in just to whack the like button. All right. Fridiax asks, gain station in Cubase 14, can you explain it, Greg? So, a good way to kind of understand gain staging. So we'll just do the new project here. Is to work, let's say I'm going to start with the mono track and I'm going to put an insert effect. And a good way to kind of visualize what's going on is go to like an insert, and under tools, you'll see a plugin that's called the tone generator. So right now, I have this set to like a 1 or 440 hertz, let's say a 1K test tone at minus 18 dB. So this is what it kind of sounds like. When I look at my faders here, we could see that this is minus 18 dB here. And I can see that this signal, the gain isn't being attenuated. And we can see that it's minus 18 here. Now, if I send this track to a group channel, let's say this was too hot, I send it to a stereo group. Let's say, okay, now if I attenuate, I'm going to route this track to the stereo group. So now we can see we're at minus 18 here, minus 18 on a group, minus 18 on our output. So if I lower the group channel, we can see that is going to affect kind of the gain structure. So because I've lowered it here. As a rule of thumb, you want to make sure that as you're doing like different gain structure, that you're just not adding like large levels of gain at different processes. So sometimes people will record a file and the file will have a very low level amplitude. All right, so if you have an audio file and we look at the amplitude of it, let's just go back to this project, and you may have a file that sounds like, or when you look at the waveform, it could be where maybe the waveform looks like this, right? Now the waveform, you may want it to look like this. So if this would be like a bad gain staging on the recording because we don't have enough signal. So we have to kind of artificially add gain to this signal here to make it look like this. And when we do that, we could kind of affect the sonic quality of the audio. So we want to make sure that the gain structure that's recorded is not too low or not too high. So we want a decent gain structure here. And then when we run it through our different processes and groups and compressors, we don't want to have to artificially try to correct something that could have been done correctly initially by doing the gain level. So try not to get to the point where, because we recorded at a low volume, that we have to add 48 dB of gain to make it look normal, what we would expect to see. And you want to ideally have your audio recorded like -6, -12 dB. And that's a good place to be because you could run it through additional plugins and processing, and your mastering engineer at the end will not hate you because you kind of try to get it sounding louder and louder. So those are some quick tips on gain structure. All right. We see from Dragon Babic asks, how do I quantize a MIDI bass line with an audio bass track that I separated in spectral layers so that it is identical? All right. So let's say we have our bass line here, or we want to take, an audio source. So let's say I want to take my snare track. Okay. One of the things that we could do is when we go to an audio file, we could come over here and we go to double click, we go to our sample editor, and we'll go to, let's say, the editor tab, and we'll come over, let's find our threshold. So we'll see under this little create tab, we can say, create groove. Okay, so we see this groove right here. I'm going to click on that. So we see that this track is called Snare Bottom 07. So we go to my quantize panel, and now we can see the groove for Snare Bottom 07. So at this point, we could actually see what the groove quantize, and we get like 16 measures at a time. And I could now just apply this quantize preset, which is extracted from the audio file, and quantize the MIDI based upon that. So go to the settings and come right over here to create. Under the hit points, create groove. It's going to show up as a quantized preset, and then quantize the MIDI using that preset. Okay. See, uno memento showing off that he could write and finish. Okay, Fridiax asks, Greg, I set all my VST sounds to minus 18 dB. Then the master output went near to minus 6 dB. But I wasn't happy with the mix. How do I increase the volume punch without clipping over minus 6 dB? Any solutions? So, that's a lot of times when you may want to employ compression, on the track, send it to a group, maybe increase the gain of the group. So if you have a number of instruments, give it an extra dB or two. And, one other choice that you can do for a plugin, if you want to give it a little more punch, but maybe not additional volume, one plugin that's quite clever for this, and you'll see it under Dynamics, is going to be called the Envelope Shaper. So you could actually adjust kind of the attack of different sources. So, and I'll just show this on the drums. So let me revert this. I'll put on a drum bus. But, you could do processing on a group and maybe compress and kind of bring up the low level material, and that could enhance that and kind of make it sound a little louder without necessarily pumping up the levels. So that could bring down the lower level amplitude material and kind of bring that up. So try, maybe taking all your instruments to a group and then putting a compressor on a group and see if you get it regulated that way. So I think you can make it sound louder and not necessarily adjust the overall the overall level on the master fader. All right, Cookie asks, Greg, sometimes I notice that when I load a track I'm working on, all the channels start flashing, meaning the line dividers on the track, and when I click on any channel, it stops. Is this normal? So I don't recall seeing anything flashing, so all the channels start flashing, meaning the line divider in the tracks. When I click on any channel, it stops. So, sometimes when you see stuff like that, it sounds like there could be a possibility maybe it's a display driver. Like if you have an NVIDIA display driver, I think you wanted to put it into like studio mode versus like gaming mode to see if that makes a difference. But if you're able to capture like a video of it or a screenshot, please send it over to me at clubcubase@steinberg.de, and maybe I could get a sense of what's going on there. All right, Fridiax asks, Greg, how to recognize the keys of specific chords anyway in Cubase? Also, can you explain the features and functionality of the Scale Assistant? All right, so let's take a look at a project here. Okay, so let's say we're listening to this song. All right, so what I'm going to do is just to select this track, and if I have a chord track, I could just drag it to the chord track, and what it's going to do is automatically figure out what the chords is, and I can do this for an audio file or directly from a MIDI part. And once we've done this, it could actually say, okay, the key of this is in G major. So that's one way we see the scale automatically done. I can also go into the key editor, and if we wanted to use the Scale Assistant, we can see that we're going to have a Scale Assistant tab here, and we could say, okay, it has 2 scale suggestions for me. All right, so I want it to be in G major. All right, so now we could do snap editing. So if we wanted to come here to our scale, we could do our snap pitch editing. So if I move this from a D note, which is in the key of G, I can't necessarily move the note. Like if I come here, it's only going to allow me to move notes within the key. So this way, and I could also snap the live input of MIDI, so that if I'm playing a piano and I hit a note that's out of key, it will miraculously put it right into the key for us. And one other handy thing with the Scale Assistant, if I only want to see the notes that are in the particular key that's been assigned here, and we could assign that from either a chord track or use the editor scale, which we did the analysis here. We can see this little pitch visibility icon, and now we could say show only pitches from the Scale Assistant. So now we can see that the only black key that we would see is F sharp, because that's the only key here, that the black key that fits within the key of G major. And if I want to see all of the notes that are available, and it's perfectly fine if, you know, a lot of people that I talk to are very scared of going out of key, and it happens all the time that songs will have notes that are out of key. So don't be so terrified. If it sounds good, it sounds good. You know, if you look at Sir Duke by Stevie Wonder, you know, he goes from a B major chord to an F minor chord, which no one would ever, you know, it's probably one of the first people that thought to do that chord progression. But it works beautifully and it sounds great. So if a note is out of key, it could be fine. As long as it sounds great, it sounds great. So don't be so worried about going out of key, you know, going back to, you know, the greatest classical composers, Bach, you know, they always had accidentals, and accidentals are just a fancy way of saying the note is out of key. But if you wanted to see only notes in the key, go to the pitch visibility settings, or if you only see notes that have events on them, we could do that as well. But that way we could filter the view of notes that are out of key, and we could also restrict notes to only move to notes that are in the defined key as well. All right, so Mr. Ox says Cubase 14 Media Bay, right click On any user added WAV file, search for path. The result is always 0. Is that the intended functionality? Okay, so let's go ahead and test it. All right, so let me just create a new folder. We'll get our folder. Okay. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and record. Okay, so we recorded our user file. All right, now let's go to like our media bay. All right. All right, so here's our delete me 001. Okay. All right, and let me just check this. All right, so we say we're going to right click, and you said search for, and then we see path, and we see the user's Giando desktop, a delete me audio folder, delete me. So it doesn't show 0 here, and this is the path of the file that we just recorded. So it looks like that's kind of functioning correctly for me, but let me know if I did anything differently than you did. But that's just a file we recorded to the desktop just a minute ago, and it's reflected right there. So it seems to be working as I would expect. All right, so we see Tiago says, Greg, update Pro Q4 worked by disabling graphics acceleration for the plugin in Windows Registry. Cheers. Glad you got it sorted out. That's always fun to dig through, but it could happen to the best of us. All right, so we see Pertti Komenen in Finland is having some snow rain. All right, so we see Michael Teams. This says, howdy, Greg, sounding much better today. 1 gallon of fresh Texas blackberry ice cream for my family and myself. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. Yeah, I feel better, so it's always good to feel normal. So. All right, so we see Stephen Leon Music. Is there any way to see the settings of a plugin that broke/went missing? Sometimes updating or upgrading breaks them, and there's no way to get that info back since the project files aren't readable/XML. So not that I know of. If you do the you said it doesn't work via like an XML file, so I assumed you tried doing it, but if the plugin isn't loading up, there's, like Cubase kind of does a handshake with the plugin, and the plugin, it says, okay, put these are the settings, now you load up and be present. But if the plugin isn't to be present, then there's not much that Cubase can really do with that. So I don't think that there's anything to really do with that, unfortunately. But if I'll think about it over the weekend, and if anything comes to mind, I'll mention it on Tuesday. All right, David Blues says, how can I create vocal harmonies in an R&B soul style using Very Audio chord pads or the scale editor in Cubase? Thank you. All right, so let's take a look. So here we have a chord track, and we have our lead vocal. So say, you wished it all away, and I'm left here for 1,000. All right, so I'm going to select that phrase here. So let me just select that phrase. I'm going to take off my snap by hitting the letter J. So I want this range. And since we have the chord tracks here, let's come over to our audio menu to generate harmony voices. Let's do 3 harmonies. And now when we come over here, I'll just take these harmony voices. So since we have the chord track already determined, it knows where to do the harmonies. So try just to come over and select the range that you want, go to your audio, and go to generate harmony voices. Okay, Freediax says, hey Greg, just a feature request. In Piano Roll, it'd be great if we can easily draw notes with one click, like in FL Studio. If we click a note, it will repeat the same length as previous. Yeah, I mean, there's different. So let's say if we are here and I draw a note, let's come over and I'll just do new event here. So let's say if we put it on step mode here, and I just wanted to do, so let's say if we set our quantize to quarter note, that now as we draw notes in, they will just draw in on quarter notes. So let's say all right, so let's say we have this set to half notes when I draw notes in. All right. So we could just do it based upon the quantize setting. So, if we come over here and, and you could use keyboard shortcuts to say, okay, now I want to do a 16th note run. And you could just kind of draw in your different notes pretty easily that way. So I'm not sure if you're using kind of the draw tool to say, okay, now I just want to put in half notes here. So using the draw tool. So let me know if that makes sense. All right, so we see 808 King just says, thanks, that worked. Yes. So glad that helped. All right, so is it Tufik Ben or Taufik Ben? How can I duplicate an audio event while automatically shifting the following ones? Okay. Okay, so let's come over here. Okay, and I'm just going to colorize some of these events so it's more obvious. Okay, so we want to, so let's say we want to duplicate this event and shift these events over to the right. So I'm going to select this. I think if we put it into shuffle mode and just hit Command D or Command or Control D, so select the event. We want to put this into shuffle mode for our grid. So now that we select that event, I'm going to duplicate this event. It'll duplicate, paste this here, and these two yellow events will be shifted over to the right. So I'm going to hit Control or Command plus the letter D, and now that particular event will automatically just shift the rest of the events later in time. So let me know if that is helpful. So just change the grid type here to shuffle, and then select the event, duplicate that. So if I had it on grid, I would duplicate and it would overlap. But if we wanted that to push the rest of them out, grid here and shuffle. And if I don't hit the wrong key, now those will shift over. All right, Renan Brito asks, hi Greg, how can I quantize an event based on the hit points of another event or a different track? Okay, so let's see if we can find some. Okay, so let's come here. We have drums. All right, this is a good example. These two aren't kind of lining up. All right, so what I want to do is come over here. Let's find our hit points. So we're going to edit our hit points. We're going to find kind of the rhythmically significant ones. We're going to save this as a groove. So we'll see our quantized preset of half notes. We're going to save this as a groove. It's going to be applied as a preset. I'm going to select this event. We'll open up our quantize editor, and we want to make sure that the audio warp is turned on when we're dealing with audio. And now I'll quantize, and now these events should be. So then you could apply the groove of this directly to that file. All right, Vladdy G asks, hello Greg, how can I increase the waveform size/zoom of an audio clip to see the waveform better in the project window without adding gain to the audio clip? All right, so what we can do is you have this control over here. So if you have like really low level amplitude material, so let's say I'll just adjust the clip gain for both of these here. So let's say your material looks like this, and that's the right level for what you want to do, but you need to do editing. So if we come over, we could adjust the clip gain just in the upper right-hand corner here. And I believe it's also Alt or Option plus G and H. So this isn't adjusting the volume. It's just adjusting kind of the vertical zoom of the waveform. So that's Alt or Option plus H, Alt or Option plus G, or just going up here to the upper right-hand corner, and you could adjust just the amplitude. You could zoom the amplitude of the waveform without affecting the gain structure. All right. Wonderful to see Paul Claridge. Okay, so we see Paul Claridge says, Greg, I did a survey for Steinberg. You're the reason why I use Cubase. That was my #1 response. I don't see the support from other DAWs like this. Keep on rocking, and thank you. Well, thank you for the kind words. Yeah, I'm always in a weird situation because I do great stuff for Steinberg, but I'm not a Steinberg employee. I work for kind of the U.S. distributor, but I'm always my Steinberg. I consider them colleagues and my brethren. But thank you for the kind words. It means a lot to me, Paul. And it's wonderful to see you on the live stream, and hope that you and your family have a wonderful holiday season. All right, so we see from Recyclop, thanks, Greg. It's a multi-track recording. All mics are bleeding, so I'm free warping all the tracks. So the flam is still on the rooms and overheads, etc. Yeah. So when doing kind of multi-track drums, if the flamming is off, you may have to just free warp all of the tracks. And it's kind of the nature of multiple drums being captured simultaneously. Michael Teams is calling me Yoda again. I think I'm taller than Yoda, but thank you for the kind words. All right. Let me just find, okay. Sorry, my chat field jumped. Antonio Beck asks, hi, Greg. Can Cubase automatically detect audio tensions within the audio warp panel? So I'm not sure. Usually when I think of tensions, I'm thinking kind of like harmonic tensions, like, adding a flat fifth or seventh or ninth to a chord, but not necessarily like a rhythmic thing. So maybe if you could rephrase a question, I'm sorry if I'm being kind of not understanding what you mean by audio tensions within the audio warp panel. I could try to, I'm happy to help out if I could understand a question a little bit. All right, so Terrence Shaw just says he's obsessed with Shimmer. Yeah, it's like one of those plugins that once you get, you just kind of find a place for it now in every project somehow. So it's a wonderful plugin. The team at Steinberg did just a great job. So I like plugins that you just kind of throw it on and it just does exactly what it should, and you don't really have to tweak it at all. That's what Shimmer is for me. All right, wonderful to see Brian Sawyer from Beulahville, North Carolina, and in 2025 to Yuma, Arizona. All right, so Gareth is saying strong the force is with Greg. All right, he's using Yoda grammar, Yoda cadences. And Michael Teams is happy that Gareth is on from Bilbao, Spain, and that his daughter Lola is happy with their choice from Michael Teams of 1 gallon of tropical coconut mango ice cream. Sounds so extravagant. It's great. And Gareth saying it's perfect after the smash burgers. All right. Seems like Bilbao, Spain has all the same restaurants we have in America now. All right, Stephen Leon Music asked, do all patterns on a track have to share the same kit pieces? It seems if I mute the kick for pattern 1, it actually mutes all the kicks for all patterns on that track. So let's take a quick look. Check. All right, so let's come over here. Okay. All right, so I think all right, so let's say we have this pattern here, and all right, I'll just do something a little more random here. All right, so I think that what you could do, so let's drag this pattern out. All right, so drag this out and all right, and I'm going to make a new, different random pattern here. Okay, so let's mute the pattern here. So I think that this will, so let's say, so I think that this might be, okay, so let's see if I mute this and let's go to pattern 1. So it looks like that will be kind of a global mute. But let's see if we could, so you might have to change it at the source. But one of the other things that you could do, is, let's just clear the pattern in pattern 2, but not in 1 for the kick. So we're not muting it there. So let's say now I want this to go to pattern 2, which doesn't have any kick data. So we'll have our kicks here. So when we come here, you could actually, choose, this will be kind of global for everything that's playing from this pattern. If you want it to have more flexibility, we could take that pattern and convert it to MIDI and mute the MIDI sources that we want. So, but, it looks like the pattern editor will be kind of global, and maybe the parts that are triggering, you could mute the parts there in either MIDI or just get rid of the kicks from the particular pattern if you wanted to. But I'll pass that along as a feature request regardless. All right, and Mr. Ox asks, if you change the length of an existing, not new pattern, i.e. changing the length of pattern 1, which already has steps through 16 through 32. Let me just see if there's a follow-up later on. All right, so let's say, I'll delete this. Let's say, okay, we'll come and let's go to, let's say, pattern 1, and I drag this out. Okay, now let's say for pattern 1, I want to change it to 32 steps. All right, so now when I drag this pattern out, it's now 32 steps right there. Yeah, so which seems to make sense for me, but let me know if there's another part of the question, Mr. Ox. All right, Gareth asks, what options are there to set a default MIDI device input for new instrument instances? Thanks. So how it's going to work is when you go to add an instrument track, it's going to assume the input from the last time you added an instrument track. So let's say I want this to be my Choice Sauce 100 controller. So now I go to add an instrument track. We'll see the input will default to that. And let's see if we go to a new project and we add an instrument track, it's still going to be set. So if you always want it to go to a specific one and you don't want to change it, it will assume your last selection and use that. So that way you don't have to use all MIDI inputs if that doesn't work for different controllers and you want it to only be with this one and not another keyboard. You could just set it there once, and that setting will persist until it's changed back to another MIDI device. All right, everyone's happy Gareth is on. All right, so we have Tome de Souza to say, hey, what's up, everyone? All right, so we have George checking in from Germany, where it's even more wintry now. All right, so we see one thing that has puzzled me over the last week. Sometimes when I use chord pads with my MIDI keyboard, the trigger notes for the pads are also played on the instrument I have inserted. All right, so let's come over here to Howling Sonic. Let's load up just a quick. All right. All right, so we have our amped electro sound. All right, so let's get to our chord pads. All right, now it could be because, let me just transpose the chords here. All right, so when you come here on the MIDI input, try instead of all MIDI inputs to just set it to chord pads. So it could be that if it's set to all MIDI inputs, that it's accepting the note from your MIDI controller in addition to the chord pads themselves. So George, try setting it instead of all MIDI inputs just to the chord pads and see if that makes a difference for you. All right, so we see I have a question. I have a Novation Launch Key 49 with Cubase 13. There is a pre-programmed IDI controller, maybe a MIDI controller layout for my launch key. However, with Cubase 14, there doesn't seem to be one. Is there any solution? So try coming up. So if we go to the MIDI remote, let's click on like our scripts and make sure that when we come over here, we go to your MIDI controllers. Let me just jump back here. So when let's say if we're here, you could see like your different scripts. So make sure that you have your script loaded. So, so once you're kind of at this level of the MIDI remote, come over to this, we'll select the little setup cogwheel and go to the scripts and just make sure that you have, we just check which controller you have. It's the launch key 49. So, and it could be just enable the controller script. And then I don't have one, but then it should show up right there. So again, just once you're in the MIDI remote, kind of maybe back out using this icon, come over here, go to the scripts tab, and then re-enable your launch key 49 and see if that, and then I think it will kind of populate and be functional for you. Okay, Fridiax says routing drum tracks as individual outs in the mix console, but I cannot be able to remove the outs in my mix console if not needed. Any solutions, Greg? All right, so let's take a look. I think we did this in a live stream about a week ago. So let's add a drum track. We'll do pattern based. Okay, so I'm going to come over here. Let's generate a random pattern. Okay. All right, so now when I go to the drum machine and we go to the group outputs, so let's say I want my kick going out, my snare going out of output 2. And let's say my hi-hat out of output 3. So now we go to the mix console, we can see all of these are going out to our separate outputs. And then if we decide to change that back to master, all right, we go back. Now we still have those in the mix console. So I think what you want to do is to click here in the mix console where we could open up the editor. This will open up as a standalone. And then we see this little drop down menu. Here we will see our activate outputs. Then we can just turn those off. So again, this little drop down menu, activate outputs and turn off those outputs. And now they're gone from the mixer. So hopefully this will come as part of the drum machine. I think that Steinberg is aware of the issue that a little drop down isn't there. If we go standalone, it's not there, but it is accessible. If you go into the mix console and open up the little, click on the little edit drum machine. So again, we could just, in the mix console, come right over here. And then you can be able to undo when you have multiple outputs. All right, so we see Mr. Ox just says, sorry, meant that you have to click the path menu item. Okay, and I think this was come back to our media bay for our recorded path. Okay, so let's see if we come over here, search for okay, so I'm going to just delete that file. So, but yeah, maybe if you could just remind me what we want to do with that. Sorry for forgetting about that, Mr. Ox. Okay, so we see from Aaron Slaton, when I drag some wave files or from Splice to Cubase, I get an error stating media type not supported. I'm not sure why this is happening when they are all standard WAV files. So I don't have a Splice account, so I haven't really utilized that, but it seems like it should kind of work as expected as long as the licensing is being handled correctly through Splice. I could see maybe it coming up. Obviously, if you don't get the results with the same a file with the same bit depth and sample rate, if it's a local versus coming from Splice, so maybe it's an issue with Splice. If you want to send me an email, I could do some research on it for you. Sorry, my chat field jumped. All right, so we have a question. Do focus quick controls work when an instrument plugin window isn't open? The moment I close the plugin window, the quick control stops working. For example, focus QC1 assigned to a filter. So the intention is that with a focus quick control, that, let's come over here, let's get to an instrument track, let's do retro log. Okay, and on retro log, I want to run an insert of, let's say, multiband compressor, and let's say the VST bass amp. Okay, so the concept when we're dealing with focus quick controls is whatever has the focus has the particular control. So I'm going to go to my MIDI remote here. Let me just come over and I'm going to just select this for my focus quick control. So when I move the parameter, all right, so let me just make sure. Okay, so right now my multiband compressor is turned on, so I could come over and I could adjust the multiband compressor. If I go to the VST bass amp, now it's controlling the parameters on the VST bass amp. When I go to retro log, it's now automatically controlling the parameters directly here. So if you're using focus quick controls, whatever window has the focus, those quick controls are controlling. So if I click here, if I click here, and if I click here, we can see those particular parameters are just being controlled because that's the window that's in focus. If you wanted to always be able to control certain parameters of an instrument, what we want to do then is just to say, okay, I want this parameter controlled. I would right click and say, okay, let's go to, and I'll just switch my and I would just come right over here and just right click and go to add MIDI remote. And now I could, as soon as I connect a parameter, I could come right over here and we'll do an untitled page. So I could control this parameter right there, click apply mapping. I want to control my resonance with this knob, apply the mapping. And when I close this plugin, since it's not a focus quick control, this is particularly set to the filter cutoff in retrolog. This is set up to the resonance control, that those parameters will still be adjusted when it is not in focus. But the focus quick control is intended to whatever window you have, so you don't constantly have to load in. If you have 5 plugin windows that you're navigating between, whatever window has a focus, that's what the focus quick controls is controlling. So, but otherwise you could just come over here and, just assign the parameters directly, and then that window doesn't have to be in focus to have remote control. Okay. see, Elias Quispe, just saying in Spanish. So he's Peruvian, and so if you use something like a Google Translate, and if you have a question that you want to ask in Spanish, I could type it into a Google Translate or a different language. Then I'd be happy to kind of take a stab at it for you. All right, so Weisendinger, is it true that plugins from Yamaha only work with Cubase or with other DAWs? So I don't think Yamaha has any commercial plugins anymore. They used to have like the Rupert Neve Portico series, so the 5033, 5043, they had a Vintage Classics. Those have been discontinued from Yamaha. So, but they were VST plugins, so they could work with any program that would do VST. So it wasn't proprietary by any means. But I don't think they currently have. If you're a Montage owner, you could get the ESP Montage synth. So you could get that, and I think that works. That's not limited to Cubase by any means. So. All right, so we see Tom Kowalski. Is there any workaround for working with Cubase 14 with new project file format and working with older versions of Cubase, such as version 11? I think that as we're going forward, the big difference, the main difference is that the new versions, because people in the generation of 13 were running into projects with a lot of instruments, a lot of ARA, lots of notes, lots of information that were going beyond 2 gigabytes. So we needed to go from a 32-bit project file to a 64-bit project file. So, one of the things that you might be able to do in Cubase 11 is just to do, is not necessarily to open up the project, but just to come over and do an import tracks from project if it doesn't open up. And say, okay, I just wanted to come here. Let's select this particular project and select all the tracks. This way you're not actually loading up the project, but you're loading up the tracks from that project, and that may work as well. So try, if it doesn't work, to just go over to your file menu and import tracks from the project back into 11. All right, Heat Stoker asks, hi Greg, I'm moving to Cubase 14, but I can't find the pre-gain section in the mix console nor the rack tool to show it. Did they remove it? Nope, it's still there. So let's go ahead, and it's actually called just a pre-section. So if we come over to, let's say, our channel settings in the inspector, if we go to setup sections, right click, and we could go to the setup sections and make sure that the pre is turned on. So when we go to the pre, we could see our pre-gain, our low cut, high cut, our polarity inversion. When we go to the mix console, F3, we want to just right click on an inspector tab and go to setup sections, and then you could click on the pre, and then you could see all the settings right there. So it could be just, it used to be like in the mixer console, there was like 9 different areas for setup sections in different parts, and it was kind of getting a little annoying. So a lot of times now in 13 or 14, you could just kind of right click and you'll see the setup sections, and the pre section is there to use just as expected. All right. Gareth is just saying Lola's famous. We all know that. So, all right, Jazzy Lomel just says, hey, Greg, greetings. Will there be a hangout on Christmas and New Year's week? So I'll be taking time off for the holidays. I'm like a typical American, and, I think I took 1 week off this year for vacation. So I will try to take some time off so I could hang out with my son and wife and do some other things, and my brother and his family will be visiting. So our last live stream for the year will be next Friday, a week from today, on the 20th. And then I think we'll go ahead and kick back in maybe January 3rd, I think is the Friday. So I think the first Friday in January, we'll go ahead and get the live streams kind of going back on our normal schedule. All right, George asks, Greg, is there a way in which I could set up the channel meters to go back to 0 on start to stop? Okay, let's take a look. Just all right, so we can see that they stop. Let's see if there's any. So, if you want to hold the peaks forever, you could adjust that. So let's see what happens when we. So you can see that the meters will slowly. So as soon as they lose their energy, that they will go down. But there is. So let's say if we have our peaks being held, so let's right click again and go to our global meter settings. But there is a reset meters option. Let me see if there's a preference for that. So you may have to trigger it. So let's say if we set this to 0, I guess it's 500 milliseconds might be the lowest value. So I don't think that's a way to do it automatically, but there is a reset meters. And let's see if I could trigger that from like a MIDI remote or keyboard shortcut. So meters reset. All right, so let's say if we're now playing and I stop, that you could reset the meters like that with a key command or from MIDI remote. All right. It's Byton asks, hey Greg, I have a problem with the legato function. It doesn't work. All right, so I think let's take a look at it. Okay, so let's say I have these notes here. They're not connected. So I'm going to select all of these notes. I'll just make it larger so everyone can see it a little easier. All right, so let's get to our MIDI to functions to legato. And we can see that those notes are extended out until the next note begins. So It's often great for like MIDI program bass parts. So we come over here, legato. So, but let me know if you're expecting it to work differently. But I think that's the intention of the feature. All right, wonderful to see Charles K on. Hope you're doing well. He's from the UK. All right, so we see Mr. Ox says, thanks, Greg, it helps. I see how the patterns work now. Gareth just saying, got it, Greg, thanks. Don Pryor says, every time I bring up Cubase 14, I have to reset audio outputs. They don't seem to get saved. So generally, make sure that, when you're, make sure that you turn your audio interface on before Cubase starts. But, it's only when there's kind of an interruption or it's seeing that the device isn't there that it asks, that when it sees that the device that was present previously isn't there, that you'll be asked to set the audio interface. And it could be that something with the audio interface or a plugin when Cubase last exited created, maybe didn't release the memory, and that's why Cubase is saying that this audio interface, we're not seeing it. So, but generally, Cubase remembers the interface if it's present and it's there. It's like when you start up Cubase and you're like, oh, I'm just using my laptop headphone output versus my audio interface that I have in the studio. And you go back, and at that point, you may get asked because you changed the audio configuration. All right. So we see Anthony Clark. It just says, hi all. Hi, Greg. Hope you're doing well. How to send audio to VST. I have a specific function on VST. How to send audio to it just to use some function, but not use the VST for its sound. So if you're sending audio into an instrument, let's say, I'm not sure if it's a VST plugin, like an effect, or a VST instrument, but what a lot of times happens if we wanted to send audio to an instrument. So let's say if I wanted to record into like the full version of Groove Agent, we would see a sidechain input on the instrument. So if the instrument itself accepts like an audio input, like a vocoder or something like that, or an instrument that you want to do sample, we would just add a sidechain input, and then we could activate the sidechain. So depending on the functionality, now if it is like a vocoder plugin, so let's say if I come here on the bass part, and on the inserts I've placed a vocoder. So let's come over to pitch shift. All right, so I have my vocoder plugin, and let's say once we have the vocoder plugin, we could now add a MIDI track, and it's on the output port. We would just choose, so we would just say we want to go to the vocoder input, and now MIDI from this plugin, MIDI from this track that we've created is being sent to the vocoder. But if you want to send audio to an instrument, just that instrument would need to have the ability to do like a sidechain input, and we could do this with Retrolog, for instance. So if we go add an instrument track, Hallian for sampling. So if I come over here to Retrolog, I can say I want to activate sidechaining, and I want the kick drum to be the sidechain input so that I could feed those sources into its audio input. So it's probably going to be activated through sidechaining to send audio into a virtual instrument. All right, Vladdy G just says, hey Greg, thanks for answering my question, but as a follow-up, is it possible to increase the waveform view of just one audio clip in specific, not for all the audio waveforms in the project? So the amplitude waveform is going to be global for all the tracks, so you don't have to necessarily keep it, so you could do it for the one track and go back to where you were. So again, it's Alt or Option plus H, Alt or Option plus G. So it's not going to be for an individual one, it's going to be global for all of the different settings. And that makes sense because when you're doing editing and doing other functions, you don't want to have a false sense of, oh, this is, why isn't this clipping? It seems like visually it's clipping. So that everything, is kind of in relation and proportional to all the other tracks, so you don't have a false sense of what the levels are from the visual zoom of the amplitude of the waveform. All right, so we have Audio Pictures TV. It just asks, hey Greg, please go over the tempo detection smooth tempo feature using an instrumental song with static tempo, example 150 BPM. I import beats with set tempos and keep getting tempos that fluctuate. So when we think about this, I'm not sure. Let's see if I have something that I could play. Let me just come over. Let's take a look. See if this should be kind of a static tempo. When tracks have grooves, often it may be a static tempo, but when you're actually, dealing with the grooves, it could be fluctuating within the measure as well, and that kind of makes a groove for a particular song. So let's come over and let me just import a file. I think I have one that should be steady. I think this one. All right, so let's say we take this. So we'll do a quick tempo detection of it. So when you listen to it, it could be that every beat is slightly fluctuating. So I listen to this, let's divide it by 2. Now, if we wanted to smooth the tempo, now, the most crucial test is that when we do this, that, so let's say we're going to come over and we'll put our signature track. Let's say we'll have our right here. So let's just put that in. So we'll have, let's say, our pickup notes. So you may notice that we see kind of this similar pattern because this groove, and what makes the music have a groove is going to be the tempo fluctuations. You may all end up on the one of the same beat, but you may fluctuate within that beat, and that's kind of what we're seeing. So if I wanted to put a drum track, a drum loop on this, what we could do is just say, okay, let's come to drum loops. So it's fine. So now that we come here, I'll put this into musical mode. That this particular event will still follow the timing. So let me just see if that's on the grid here. Let me just put on snap, sorry. So, but, so But if you needed to kind of smooth the tempo, so let's say if we come over here, um, you could just kind of take all of your tempo events, and if you wanted to smooth it out, select all your tempo events, and then you could just just take those events and smooth them right here, or if you wanted to increase or change the tempo. So it's perfectly fine. And I remember, hanging out with one of the guys in Steely Dan who swore up and down to me when I was working with him in his apartment that, this one song, a big hit of theirs, was perfect tempo. And I was like, oh, let's do a quick analysis of it. And then he's like, they told me that drum machine was perfect. And I was like, your drum machine was drifting. It sounds fine in the track, but it's actually drifting when you do an analysis of it and you divide it by the samples. So some stuff that you think is perfectly in time, the fluctuations is the groove that is kind of what is giving it the feel that we all like. And while you think it's a steady tempo, it's actually fluctuating, but it may be the same on the downbeat. So it's okay. All right, wonderful to see David M. from Liverpool. Thanks for making it today. All right, Chris Higginson says, hi, Greg. Is it possible to move the trigger notes for the chord pads to another section of the keyboard so I can introduce different bass notes when triggering chords? Many thanks. Chris from London in the UK. Okay, so let's come over to our chord pads. I think if we go to our setup here, so we see our play. So when we come over here, we can see our pads remote range start. So what we could do is just move this up to like C2. All right, so we'll hit OK. Let me just come over here. We'll add a quick instrument track. Okay, so we see that the range went from C1 to up to C2. So just in the chord track area here, what you want to do is, and we could choose our range so that we could, just our pads remote range. So just come right over here and you'll see the pad remote control that you could adjust that to a different octave. So that is user adjustable right there. See, Beast Mode just says, awesome, thanks. Al Bulger just says, hi, Greg. Windows 10, Cubase 14 Pro. I have a Korg Kronos, the VST editor for it is, however, 32-bit. Any plans to make old VSTs backward compatible? There is a 64-bit available, but only for Mac OS. Merry Christmas. Yeah, so there isn't really anything that we're going to do to make third-party plugins, make a 64-bit version. I would think that if they're doing a 64-bit version for Mac OS, that that it would be able to, I know that when Steinberg does something, it's done in parallel, between Mac OS and Windows, so it's, if I was to express my frustration, I may reach out to Korg about that, but I don't think we're going to go back to, for all of the, system stability issues to port plugins to be compatible. That, VST3 has been out for almost 17 years now. So. All right, Fridiak says, thank you so much, Greg, for answering all my questions. As always, my sincere gratitude to all the people behind the success of this wonderful piece of software. East or West, Cubase is the best. Well, thank you for the kind words. Appreciate that. All right, so we see Max Proteus just says, I still have some troubles to assign my Novation with Cubase and VST there. So is it in the MIDI remote? So if you're having, like, if it's not seeing the communication here, make sure that, because a lot of controllers will also utilize like a Mackie remote protocol for Mackie control. So make sure that if you go to your studio menu to studio setup, that when you go to like a Mackie control that you don't, or a generic remote, that your Novation keyboard, the ports aren't being used here, because that could kind of preempt the communication. So make sure that, for a generic remote or Mackie control, or if you have a dedicated control script here for the remote devices legacy, that those ports aren't being used by your Novation. I'm going to say hi to my son real quick. Hang on. Sorry, just my son just got home from school. Just wanted to see how his day was. All right, so we see David M., who just asks, hi Greg, in a montage in WaveLab 12, I have multiple clips staggered over 2 tracks. Can I adjust the volume of just one clip by dragging somewhere in the clip? I can't find where to grab things. All right, so let's take a look. So it's usually kind of like the center area. Let me just... All right, and I'm going to put them into stagger the tracks here. So I think maybe you have something along these lines. All right, so can't adjust the volume with just one clip. So I'm going to just kind of select only just this one clip and grab it in the center line in the montage, and then you could just think of it as more of an object-oriented approach. But that way you can say, oh, this one's too loud, this one's too soft. We can just come right over here and be able to adjust the volume of just that one particular clip. So you'll see that the icon will kind of change. So just kind of move it over to the center. You'll see these 2 nodes at the ends. And when you get to kind of the center part, that you could just grab that amplitude clip, and if you want to double click, you can just add a different volume node like so. So let me know if that helps, David. All right. See, Gareth just wishing me a great and relaxing Christmas. Yeah, looking forward to it. All right, I'm sorry, just finding my spot. All right, so we have a question from Anthony Clark. How to add movement to VSTs after playing notes? Should it be when it's MIDI or after converting it to audio, and how to set notes to cut each other? All right, so you have a lot more flexibility in the MIDI realm. So let's come over here and let me just okay. So let's come over. I'll just okay. All right, how to add movement to VSTs after playing notes? Should it be when it's in MIDI or after converting audio? And how to set notes to cut each other? So depending on, so let's say if, it could be like in the MIDI instrument itself, so if you wanted this to cut, so let's say if we're listening to these, and let's say these events are kind of overlapping a bit. So let's say we have this, and it's going, and these events, again, are overlapping. It could be where we would want to so let's say if we play, let me just make something a little more. So let's say if we listen to this, if you wanted those to cut each other off, it could be often, depending on the instrument itself, where you could just make it monophonic. So I could just say, let's put this monophonic, and now like these notes are overlapping. That way they can cut each other off. But I would say in general, you have a lot more flexibility in MIDI, so like if you come over here and you're like, oh, I played a wrong note, it's so easy to fix in MIDI, and like really hard to do it properly in audio. All right. See, Heat Stoker says, thank you, that's awesome. So we have Hard House Ireland says, is there a way to set up Cubase to warp files to the tempo of the project once they're dropped into the project window? So all you'd have to do is enable musical mode. So let's say if we are here, we'll jump back. And let's say our project here is at 100 beats a minute. And I want to throw in like a drum loop. So let's say I want to make my drum loop, and let's say my drum loop's going to have a tempo of 175. Now we could automatically select the loop and have it audition. And we could have this kind of, so now if I'm auditioning the loops, I could just kind of drag and drop it like on the beat here. So let's say, okay, let's take this drum loop. So I could have this loop, and I'll just turn on my snap. And as we snap right here, I could just drag this out, and it's in musical mode. So now we could have that loop automatically follow. When it's not in musical mode, it's not going to stretch out appropriately. So we could just kind of take any audio file that we want. So let's say I want to take that loop there, and I want to add that in. So now that that is in musical mode, and you can think of that, it will warp to the tempo of the project. So just place it into musical mode right here in the info line. All right, we see Fruity Axe just saying, have a wonderful holiday, Greg. Advanced Christmas wishes to you and your family. Thank you very much. All right. All right, so we see, hey, Greg, is there a way to assign different CC parameters, example, modulation, expression, volume to faders and a Korg Nano control with MIDI remote? Thank you. So we can think of the MIDI remote is not, so when we go to our Korg Nano control, so, we're sending MIDI CC messages here. So when you send our MIDI CC messages, then the MIDI remote is taking those MIDI CC messages and controlling different functions. So if I wanted to just do regular MIDI CCs, what I would choose to do is to go to my MIDI remote and go to the scripts, and I would just come right over here and I would just disable the script. So now when I go to a MIDI part, it's not working as a MIDI remote, but we'll add a MIDI track. And when I go into, let's say, my MIDI inserts, we can look at what's called a MIDI monitor plugin. Let me just get the set. And now it's just spitting out MIDI CC controls. So if we wanted my Nano control, so the MIDI remote is taking the CC controls and converting that into controlling functions in Cubase. If I just wanted to spit out MIDI CCs, I would disable the MIDI remote and then come back and say, okay, I wrote my MIDI CCs in, I go to my scripts and let's select, the Nano control and then I could enable, and now it's going to be functioning as a MIDI remote device as opposed to a MIDI CC controller. All right, the artist knows love. Once I'm going to hit the like button. All right. All right, Fridiax asks, Greg, is there any ways to record audio from MIDI of a VST instrument on a go without exporting as audio? We can disable the instrument and can use the audio of the same to save CPU. Yeah, so we'll show you that. Let's come over. Let's add retrolog here. All right, so what I'm going to do is add an audio track, and I'm going to set its audio input. So we'll go to our input, and we'll say connect to bus, and we'll see track instruments, and I'll say retrolog. So what I'm going to do now is, as we're playing, I'm going to record. So we'll come here. So we're going to see MIDI information go into this track. The input for this track is going to retrolog. So when I go to, we'll solo both of these tracks. So I'm going to record the MIDI and the audio simultaneously. So we'll just come here. And at that point, we've now recorded the MIDI and the audio simultaneously. I could just right click and disable the instrument and have the audio right there. All right, so we see question, I have a third-party virtual instrument that doesn't have sidechain on it. Is there any way to send audio to it as it has needed function? Is there any way to use it as an effects plugin? So if it shows up as an effects plugin, it would do that, but generally it's going to be a limitation of the plugin. So if it needs to see input, generally it has a sidechain function. So. All right, let me jump to questions. I know we're running late here. See if we get some. All right, so we had a question on the last live stream about, can you elaborate on using the volume control, the new volume control? And I think I showed the volume plugin, but I think it was probably dealing with this. So one of the things that we want to do with utilizing more volume control for different tracks. Let me just move this up so we can see it a little easier. Okay, so now, it used to be that the volume control was handled at the top. Now we could just see a quick volume fader here. When we switched to the drawing tool, before we could draw in kind of pre-gain volume, but we couldn't, you were kind of guessing as to what the actual values were. Now when we come over here, we could just adjust the values, and we could see the dB values as we make our adjustments. We could do Bezier curves. We could also just come over and take this and have that volume curve laid out for us. Now, one of the things that's really exciting and where I had to do all sorts of weird workarounds is I could just take this particular range, and now instead, we used to always have to split the range and then adjust the volume. I could just come right over here and it will adjust the volume for us automatically. So I don't have to split. So if I just wanted to, like, oh, there's a really loud breath here, we could just adjust the level of that breath, or if we have other volume changes, we could adjust accordingly. All right, another question. Can you just discuss some of the new range editing functions in Cubase 14? All right, so we wanted to do a lot of stuff to make range editing a little more practical. One of the questions I got on the live stream once was like, oh, how can I select the range between two events? So they added that function. So if we double click, we could see the range just selected between two events by double clicking. We can now also come over, let's say if we have a range that was selecting parts of events, we could now, and the range doesn't kind of encompass the entire event, we could move those selected ranges or copy those ranges without having to do any splits previously. We can now also come over here, and as we move our range selection, the track selection can also be maintained. So, and when we have a range selected, we can see that it's more obvious that the range is selected because the colors become inverted. So it's pretty obvious to do that. And again, with just like we saw with the volume, I could just take the range selection here, and if we wanted to adjust the volume, if we want to tilt volume control, we could do all sorts of great stuff right there utilizing the range tool. All right, we had a question. Is it possible to import songs from SoundCloud or YouTube into Cubase? So I think usually SoundCloud and YouTube are not designed to immediately extract. There are a number of different options that could allow you to do that. They're not all quite legal or legit. But one way, if you wanted to do like capture audio from a computer source, and if you have a Steinberg interface, there's a loop back function. So I could set my main output here to go to my streaming music side, one audio interface, but I have 3 different drivers. So when I come over here, let's add an audio track. All right. And I'm going to go to my web browser here quickly. Let's go to all right.
There is some.
All right, so
Let me show you how.
let me just adjust the volume on that. All right, let me just do non-short here.
Because we reduced the attack.
Right. So right now,
those
this is going out.
those vowels
I'm going to go to Cubase here.
This sounds more like
and I'm going to set its input.
pad. So imagine you can add a phaser onto this. You can add a flanger. You can add choruses.
Go to my audio
add so many different
connections.
things to make it sound like a synthesizer
that
morphs. And many people will be wondering,
let's go to my
where
presets
did
here.
this sound come from?
And we're going to say our streaming. So now what I'm going to do is set the input on this particular track. We'll say to stereo 2. And now when I hit record, the audio is going through the interface. And I will just hit record. So now we're recording the audio out of the YouTube.
And then, of course, you can
So
still
here,
play with the
Dom.
noise mix. You can play with the
And
minimum and maximum
This is
frequencies
now being
or
recorded
your
directly
band
into
numbers.
Cubase. So if your audio interface supports. So now we go back. If your audio interface supports like a loop back, that's a great way to just
Numbers.
come over and have the audio transferred from, SoundCloud or YouTube right into Cubase. All right, question. When I use vocal chain when recording, it generates a long latency on vocal, so I need to remove it from the track and add it after I record. Even if I turn off the vocal chain, there's still a latency. I need to remove it. Is there any way to work with the vocal chain without latency? So if you have the vocal chain, so once you turn the vocal chain on, that plugin does have a lot of latency because it's doing so much. It's about almost a quarter of a second. So it's kind of, think of the latency as the tax. So while you're recording, if we turn it off, we see that we come over here and I'll go to my setup sections and we'll see what the latency is. So there's two different off switches. So we could think of when you turn the plugin on, that this has 236 milliseconds of delay. When I turn it off, it seems like, we still have the delay. But if we hold down the Alt or Option key and turn it off, that disables the plugin so that we have no latency. Now, if we don't want to do this every single time and for every single track that has high latency plugins, what you could do is just click on the constrained delay compensation. And then once you turn on the constrained delay compensation, that could automatically bypass the plugin for you. So try just to come over here and just turn on and off the constrained delay compensation in the lower left-hand corner. All right, so we see two questions, please, for next time. One is, if I duplicate a VST track requiring RAM, is the consumption performance requirements itself doubled or not, since there is no real resource requested? So if it's playing back information and information has to be preloaded, it will take up additional CPU resources. There is a preference in Cubase, though, that you could come over and say, okay, on plugins, so we get to the VST, to plugins, to suspend VST 3 plugin processing when audio signals are received. So when no audio signals are received, so it's not going to do any processing until the plugin is actually working. So that could be a good preference to utilize. Okay, another question that we had. Says how to select a set of notes spread over several containers and perform a progressive reduction of their velocities, decrescendo, even with the all containers option acting on a Windows, displaying velocities. All right, so let's see if we can create this real quick. just... All right, so these are all the same velocity. Let me just copy this. All right, so let's select all the events. Let's come over here and let's edit all parts on the active track. All right, let me just... Okay, so I'm going to click there. So let's see if we can just grab like our tool here just to... So we could draw in the velocities just like that, but make sure that when you see like the little checkbox here. So what I did is I just checked this so that all the parts were selected, and I did it in the full screen editor. And then you could just do like a decrescendo like that. Okay, so a question. I recently started to use the visibility configurations more often. I go to show tracks with data between locators. My problem is I would also like to keep the aux groups tracks visible. Is there a way to filter but keep the group and effects channels visible, probably in the project logical editor? All right, so let's see if we can, so let's add some tracks here. Okay, so let's say I want to, and let's say that has data between locators. So let me just... All right, so let's come and do this. So let's see if we could do macro here. Okay, so all right, let me just get the term right in the mix console here quickly. So I think what we could do is kind of do the... Okay, so we'll select this. Let's add the command, and we could say... Okay, so it looks like I have a So let's say I may have a project logical editor for this. Let me just see if we could. Okay, so we went to our show cycle, media type is equal to effect group, and then we could hide the tracks disable. So we come here. Now when we go into our mix console, I could just say, and then we could just see all of our tracks. So you could check out this particular Project Logical Editor preset. All right, we are out of time. I want to thank everyone for all the wonderful questions. We will be back Tuesday of next week. I hope everyone has learned something new, and if you've learned something new, make sure that you hit the like button and subscribe to your channel. Subscribe to the channel and make sure that you tell your friends about it. And we'll be back next week. Everyone have a wonderful weekend. Please stay safe and healthy. Goodbye.